I would, at this time, open public comment. I would indicate that public comment is taken on items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Board of County Commissioners. We have a number of our judges today here. Welcome. And we would indicate that we don't have any jurisdiction over the judicial branch of our government, nor the executive branch, which is the sheriff's office, or the fire department, those types of entities, and the school. So anyways, we ask you to please keep your comments within the jurisdiction of this Board of County Commissioners. So at this time, public comment is open. Mr. Pullman.
Yes, Robert Pullman for the record. I have a question on agenda item 12.1. I'd like to know where the location of the restriction truck sign is going to be located on Buckeye. It's not obvious. Most of the other descriptions are. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pullman, and we'll try to get you an answer for that.
Rachel Christensen. I'm here today because I feel like the public deserves clear answers before any decision is made on the stormwater assessment. First, I would like clarification regarding the top 10 project list. If a project drops off that list, whether it's because priorities take precedence or because a project is completed, does that area no longer have to pay that capital fee? Or will residents continue paying that indefinitely regardless of whether their projects remain a priority? Second, for businesses, their base rate is already multiplied at a higher rate. Will you be multiplying the local and capital rates also? Second, next, the plan still does not clearly define what you will maintain. And that's a major issue. Before this proposal moves forward, will you publicly state exactly what infrastructure, channels, creeks, and stormwater systems the county intends to maintain so property owners fully understand what they're getting for their money? Lastly, I want to talk about something that I just found out about 5 minutes before I showed here. You guys talk a lot about grant money, that you really need grant money, you rely on a lot of grant money. Being a Ruinstrath resident who was in a disaster, we went and we had to try to go get grant money and get help for our area to get this cleaned up, the burn scar addressed. We got that. We had that. We now have lost that because the county refused to sign it. So when you say grant money is so important to you, back up your words. Now we don't have anything. We're stuck with this mess that we didn't cause and that has been completely devastating to all of these residents. And all this has been is a game. We feel like you guys don't want to help us. You don't want to listen to us. You don't even really want to know what happened. Most of you have not even taken the time to really meet with us to understand what really happened. You think you know what happened. You do not know what happened. I've got the videos, I've got the photos that show exactly what happened, and this goes back several years of what the county had done. So please help the residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment?
Jim Slade. Regarding the Perry Master Plan Amendment that was unanimously denied by the Gardnerville Town Board and the Planning Commission and recommended for denial by staff, it is still deeply disturbing that 3 commissioners voted for approval, especially when you consider some of their reasoning. Let's look at some of Commissioner Tarkanian's comments. First of all, it's surprising that you don't seem to understand the well-known fact that master plan amendments cannot be conditioned. You wanted to change the zoning at the same time, only to be told that that wasn't on the agenda. Then you wanted to force the applicant to accept a development agreement to create affordable housing there, only to again be reminded that you can't do that. Later you said, quote, "I just wish we could put some restrictions on it, but I've been shot down with my request," suggesting it's someone else's fault that you can't do something illegal. It's disappointing that you don't have a better grasp of the open meeting law, a bedrock principle of Nevada law. On finding A, you state, quote, "This isn't agricultural land anymore." Right, because Perry sold off the water rights. You seem to suggest if ag owners want to get receiving area, all they have to do is sell off their water rights. Perry should not be rewarded for doing that. Of course, you ignore many of the other master plan policies that can't be met. L14 gives priority to infill. This isn't infill, it's sprawl. L22 requires that the project reflect and enhance the community's desired character. Do you actually think that you have a better idea of that than the town board and manager? That's absurd. G6 clearly states, quote, "Prohibit new receiving area outside of urban service areas." Yet that is exactly what you did. On finding B, your only comment was, quote, "He's going to build affordable housing, which is a necessity." Again, the amendment cannot be conditioned. He could build 770 units of market rate condominiums. And when people talk about the need for affordable housing, they're principally referring to housing for young families getting started, not for retirees to find a cheap place to live. And the reality is there's plenty of receiving area already approved where affordable housing could be built. On finding D, you state that a smaller adjacent property already allows some senior housing at some future date. Yet that should not be used as a precedent for this approval. If so, then Gerticke will be next, and then the next one, and the next one. Each application stands alone. This would be sprawl and likely need to more sprawl. Timing is important and within the board's purview. This is the second time in recent memory where you have been swayed by the desires of one wealthy individual to do something that was arbitrary and capricious and not in the public interest. There was no compelling reason to approve the Perry application. Your reasoning was selective and lacked credibility. That decision should be reconsidered by the board.
Thank you.
Jim Jackson. Normally I get up here and I criticize how you spent money, different decisions that you've done. Today I'm a little bit different. I want to thank Commissioner Charlotte Hales for bringing forward the ordinance to ban trucks on East Valley and Fremont. It's been a long time in the works. It's very important to us that live up in that area, and we deeply say thank you to you for bringing this forward. I know today is only the first reading, and in June will be the second reading. Unfortunately, I will be on vacation and cannot be here, so I'm making my remarks now. We look forward to this ordinance coming in and the removal of the trucks from that road. It is going to be of great benefit to all of us that live up there. The challenge now will be to enforce that ordinance, and we're looking forward to that happening also. And we hope it does. But again, I want to say thank you to you for bringing this ordinance forward, talking to us about it, and taking our input. A little bit different than the first two speakers today. But again, when it does come up for a vote, I do hope that all of you are supporting this. You know how important this is to us and the thorn in our side that it has been since day one. So again, thank you, and I look forward to this ordinance passing.
Thank you. Mr. Conway.
Ron Conway. Good morning. It's another beautiful day. Normally, I'm the kind of guy that would get up here and poke the bear. Not today. Today I want to say thank you. Charla, it's greatly appreciated what you've done. what you're attempting to do. It's appreciated the board's support and staff support. Now, to get that from me is a huge compliment, because as far as I'm concerned, you're politicians and that's your job. And when you do your job, you don't get patted on the back. Today you do. Because this is a huge hurdle. It means a lot to the community. We got a long way to go, but it means a lot. And there's a lot of trust built into this one, that it will be enforced. That, to me, is the wild card. It has to be enforced. Otherwise, it does no good. But again, thank you, because I'm not one to give praise very easy. So this will be probably one of the last times you hear it from me. Thank you.
Wow, we'll have to find other agenda items that we can get your praise from. Additional public comment? Ms. Toon, good to see you again.
Ms. Tall. Good morning. Good morning, Chairman Gardner, members of the board. Jen Toon, Executive Director of Main Street Gardnerville. I wanted to come and thank Chairman Gardner and Commissioner Hales for attending our volunteer gala that we had last month. April was Volunteer Appreciation Month, and it was great to celebrate all of our tremendous volunteers. During the event, we did run down some statistics of the impact our incredible volunteers had in the community. And in 2025 alone, our volunteers contributed over 5,400 hours of volunteer work in our community, and that was 182,000 in-kind investment from your volunteers. Over the last 17 years, they have contributed over 67,000 hours, which is an in-kind investment of $1.5 million, which I think is pretty incredible. And that's been 18 years we've been in a Main Street program. I also wanted to highlight that May is National Historic Preservation Month, and at our core of a Main Street Gardnerville program, we are heavy advocates for historic preservation and economic development of our downtown corridor. We also shared these numbers at our volunteer gala, but I would like the community to understand the impacts that our Gardnerville program has in our downtown and in our community. Main Street Gardnerville has just been announced that we are now one of 6 Main Street accredited programs in the state of Nevada. We were the first program accredited, and now we have other peers within our community. This is a rigorous process, and Main Street America has recognized 838 national programs, and it's part of a community of over 1,600 designated programs nationwide. So it's quite an honor to be among those ranks. Again, as I mentioned, at our core, historic preservation is what we do, and thanks to the contributions of Douglas County and our community, we're able to achieve a lot together. Last year alone, we saw a total of $342,000 in downtown reinvestment, and that is thanks to the partnership that we have with Douglas County and our business and community partners. As we go into this next year, especially with our facade grants and our interior enhancement program, we are looking to add to those numbers. Over the last 4 years, with the $70,000 that Douglas County has contributed to this program, we were able to award over $102,000 in grants to our micro businesses down on Main Street for physical improvements of the exterior and interiors. Over the last 4 years, with their numbers combined, we are seeing close to $500,000 of reinvestment downtown. So in short, thank you for approving our festival permits. These festivals, fundraisers, wine walks is what happens when a community comes together and supports their downtown. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Sophia Rousakis. I am here today to express my disappointment regarding the recent approval of a master plan amendment which allows for the conversion of weed patch agricultural
Could you speak a little bit
parcels-
closer into the
Oh,
microphone
sorry.
so that we
Do you
can
want
get
me
it?
to start from the beginning?
No, that's fine.
Okay. Which allows for the conversion of weed patch agricultural parcels into receiving areas. I am troubled by the process through which this amendment was passed, particularly given its prior denial by the Town of Gardnerville Board, as well as the recommendations for denial from both the Planning Commission and Planning Department. It is frequently noted that the Town of Gardnerville Board and the Planning Commission operate in an advisory capacity to the county commissioners. However, I believe it diminishes the contributions of both boards and staff when their roles are characterized as merely advisory, when their well-considered recommendations are set aside on the grounds that the Board of County Commissioners, as elected officials, retain final authority. This practice potentially undermines the value of our advisory system and could be perceived as less efficient use of time and resources if the expertise and perspectives offered by these entities are not fully considered. Out of the 16 people who heard the arguments of the applicant, 13 felt that it should be denied, 2 of which sit on your board. Such actions set precedents that may influence how future property owners engage with the master plan. The Douglas County Master Plan is intended to serve as the guiding framework for development in Douglas County. The message conveyed by this decision suggests that the master plan, along with the input from advisory and planning bodies, may be disregarded, encouraging applicants to appeal directly to the Board of County Commissioners. This raises questions about the necessity of maintaining the current multi-layered review process, and presentations maybe should just be made directly to the BOCC. Commissioner Rice, I appreciate your point about needing more projects such as the one promised, though I'm not too sure those projects will actually come to fruition as you might envision them. Conversely, Mr. Tarkanian and Mr. Tolbert, I found your rationale supporting the master plan amendment rather weak. I encourage you to further substantiate your arguments in future deliberations regarding amendments to our master plan. To be clear, I am unhappy about the path and attitude taken towards the master plan amendment and not necessarily the addition to our receiving area, which ultimately is inevitable. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Do we have additional public comment? Okay, sensing no additional public comment, I will bring it back to the board. I did want to make a couple of comments that I failed, and then I'll go to you, Commissioner Tarkanian. Number one, I failed to mention that Commissioner Rice is with us today. He is joining us remotely as he's traveling. So hopefully he'll be able to stay on as much as possible. Obviously, cell phone service goes in and out. He also constantly reminds us that we are elected officials, not politicians. But anyways, I think we try to refer to ourselves as that versus politicians. I've never considered myself a politician. But anyways, with that being said, also, we have a section in our agenda today. I don't know if you've seen it or not, but we will be, this board also sits as jointly a number of other boards, the Liquor Board, License Board, Tahoe Douglas Transportation District Board, Water District Board, and the Redevelopment Agency. And so as such, when we have items that have to be addressed by the Redevelopment Agency, we, during our normal meetings, will recess our Board of Commissioners meeting and then go into our Redevelopment Agency meeting, conclude that item, and then we'll bring it back to the board to resume our meeting. So that's in the agenda today. I just wanted to mention that. Commissioner Tarkanian, you had something you wished?
Sitting as an elected board member, we're going to have people that disagree with our decisions, and I respect that. And again, if you don't believe we made the right decisions when we run for re-election or whatever else, you have a chance to make that position known. With respect to Mr. Slade's comments, so he goes beyond the point of disagreeing with. I don't agree with his analysis of all the stuff he said, but that's not my point to get into it here. That's his opinion to state it. But when you take personal shots and you infer some type of influence being provided in government, that's completely wrong. I don't even think that's right to have a public comment. To say that I made votes for two wealthy individuals, I'd make votes for everybody in the county based upon what's best for the county. They can be poor, they can be middle class, they could be wealthy, they can be of different ethnicities. I make the best decisions on what I believe is right, and I really don't like the fact when you infer that I did something based upon somebody's wealth. And to make the matter even worse, one of the decisions you claim about it dealt with the VHRs and banning in Glenbrook is the same argument you made not wanting the bed and breakfast in your neighborhood. Exactly the same argument. We discussed that. For you to bring that up again like I did something wrong, I think it was a great decision on the VHRs. I stand by that. I think the decision with Perry's was a right decision. And with respect to the different boards, they're advisory boards. And what you do is you discuss with people that you know on those boards and ask them, why did you do that? And I did that with some people on the planning board. And what they told me was they would have voted for it if there was a project that they knew that was going to go there. See, what happened was Mr. Perry got a letter of intent to develop the affordable housing after he went before those boards. Now, who would have known what those boards would have done if that letter of intent was there beforehand? But it was in front of us beforehand. So I made the decision I thought was best, taking under consideration the advisement of those boards, but understanding that the people in this county elected me to make this final decision and not those boards. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Turkanian. With that, we'll go. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager. For the record, I have a response to public comment as well. Regarding Ms. Christensen's comments, I received some additional information from staff. We have been in discussions with the Natural Resources Conservation Service to seek funding to assist with flooding along Smelter Creek and the restoration of Smelter Creek. In our conversations with the Natural Resource Conservation Service, or NRCS, as Ms. Christensen referred to them, there were 2 points of concern for staff in why we were not bringing this funding opportunity forward at this time. One, we are required to demonstrate to NRCS that the county has exhausted or has insufficient funding or other resources available to provide adequate relief from applicable hazards. We felt the timing of this request was problematic given that we are currently considering the implementation of a stormwater fee, and we were uncomfortable with representing to NRCS that we have insufficient or exhausted all funding options until we bring this matter forward to the County Commission for consideration. Additionally, the agency would require the county to agree to provide for a required operation and maintenance of the completed emergency measures, which would require official board action to agree to accept maintenance for the foreseeable future of Smelter Creek. We have not brought that matter forward to the County Commission for your consideration. So for those 2 reasons, we did not think it was appropriate to, at this time, seek funding from this resource. I agree with Ms. Christensen that, and this, the direction of this County Commission, that the goal of Douglas County should always be to best utilize county resources by leveraging federal funding and other funding sources to assist us in achieving our objectives. As always, we appreciate the feedback of Ms. Christensen, and I understand that we can do a better job communicating with the residents of Rinstrath, and I welcome a conversation with her if she would like to visit with me more. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is public comment closed? Okay, and we can go into item number 4.
I realize that comments are with, but my name is Ken Miller. I sat 12 years in the Gardenville Town.
Mr. Miller, you just need to approach the podium.
Okay.
I'm glad to take it back, okay? We'll give you 3 minutes, so, okay?
My name is Ken Miller. I was not going to comment today, but my understanding was the public comment is not to be answered by the board at this meeting. That's the way I conducted my meetings when I was chairman of the town of Gardnerville for 2 terms. Also, Mr. Tarkanian chose to answer those things and speak out. We as people sit on the advisory board as elected officials. One time in 12 years, I can remember that this board decided something otherwise than what we had decided. With the oversurplus of housing lots available in this area, there was no reason to pass that application of Mr. Perry. I know Mr. Perry very well. He's had numerous projects out there in the past
there has never been funding to finish those projects. So we have a piece of land that's been divided up that he spent a lot of money on, and I can appreciate that side of it. But we also have land behind Walmart that's been approved for receiving area for over 1,000 homes. Gardnerville doesn't need more development at this time because the money, number one, the money's not there. Number two, the demand is not there. That's my comment to you, Mr. Tarkanian.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. I would indicate that it says here under public comment that public comment must be addressed to the chairperson, not to members of the public, so that the board may take future action on those issues that are raised by the public. And that's why we go ahead and respond. So
We've done this in the past.
Yeah,
I just
I know,
followed
I
what-
know. So I know, yeah, no. So, but I don't want to get into a back and forth either. So, yeah, you understand. Okay, we're going to go into closed public comment officially and open item number 4, approval of the agenda. I would entertain a motion to approve the proposed agenda as presented.
So moved.
Okay, otherwise we can't go too far. Okay, motion by Commissioner Hale, seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian to approve the proposed agenda as presented. Sensing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Looking for, I'm not hearing any response from Commissioner Rice. So the motion passes 4-0 to 0. Right? Okay, very good. And now we'll go into item number 5, approval of previous minutes for possible action to discussion to approve the draft minutes of the special meetings occurring on March 23rd, 24th, 30th, and 31st of 2026, and regular meeting of April 2nd, 2026 of the Board of County Commissioners. Entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve those minutes as you stated.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Tolbert, seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian to approve the draft minutes of the meetings that I stated on the record. So, sensing no comments on that, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0. 4-0-0. Okay. And now we'll go into the consent calendar. We have items, entertain a motion to, is there any desire for the board to remove any of those items? Okay, so I'll entertain a motion to approve consent calendar items A through Z. Wow.
So moved.
Okay, now we get a different name on there. Commissioner Tarkanian moves, seconded by Commissioner Hales, to approve the consent calendar as presented. Sensing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, once again, I'm not seeing any response, so 4-0-0. Okay, thank you. We will now go into the administrative agenda and item number 8 for presentation only, ceremonial presentation of proclamation 2026P-025 in recognition of the 100th anniversary of the Rotary Club of Minden. And I'll come down to the Okay, this is a real special occasion, and being a recent inductee into the Rotary Club, it gives me a great deal of pleasure to talk about this. So on May 26th, or May 25th of 2020, or 1926, 100 years ago, a group of 22 gentlemen in this county came together and created a organization called Rotary of the Rotary Club of Minden, Nevada, and asked for affiliation with the international organization and was approved. There are some very special names on here. One of them in particular I wanted to address, and that is Mr. Clarence Oliver Dangberg. Clarence Oliver Dangberg. Are you getting the meaning of that? C-O-D. C-O-D. So he was the owner of COD Garage, and now it's COD Casino. And I think he would be astounded to find that after 100 years, that organization, although they've moved around town to a number of locations, have relocated and are having their meetings again at COD Garage Casino. So that is terrific. But when you see some of these names, they're really founders of our founders of our community. Dressler, Springmeyer, Park, George Hoosman, just to name a few of those. So anyways, it gives me a great deal of pleasure to recognize that organization for, and we had Ms. Toon come up and talk about volunteer hours in our community. We couldn't exist without our service clubs and our volunteer hours. They're very special to us. We could not come close to affording the amount of hours that are spent by volunteers in this county and the services they provide. There's just not enough money to do so. But anyway, so I will read the proclamation. We have quite a few of our members here today to come up and share this with us. But I will, at this time, ask their current president, Graham Rogney, to please come up, and then I'll read it, and then present it to you, and then we can bring up the rest of the group. Okay? So, Proclamation 2026P-025, Douglas County Board of Commissioners, celebrating the 100th anniversary of the formation of the Rotary Club of Minden, Nevada. Whereas Rotary International was founded on February 23, 1905, as an organization of business and professional people united to provide humanitarian service, encourage high ethical standards in all vocations, and help build goodwill and peace in the world. And whereas on May 25th, 1926, a group of Carson Valley ranchers, business leaders, and educators gathered to form and organize the Rotary Club of Minden, Nevada. And whereas since that time, the club's contributions to local, state, national, worldwide needs have exemplified Rotary's enduring motto, service above self. And whereas the Rotary Club of Minden has been a vital force for good, providing leadership, fostering fellowship, and enhancing the quality of life for the residents of Carson Valley. And whereas, of special note, the club played a key role in planning, design, construction, and refurbishment of the Minden Town Park gazebo. They have a plaque over there to designate that, which remains a central gathering place for many of Carson Valley's cherished community events. And whereas the club has established and continues to support a Rotary Interact Club in partnership with Douglas High School, offering students meaningful opportunities to engage in community service and leadership. And whereas the club has further advanced youth development through participation in Rotary's International Exchange Program and support of the Rotary Youth Leadership Programs, and that's more commonly known as RYLCA. Okay. As a matter of fact, I had an opportunity to interview 4 students that applied for participation in that program yesterday. Amazing students out of Douglas High School. Whereas the club's dedication extends beyond local initiatives, including community center improvements, youth scholarships, park enhancements, and public infrastructure, to global humanitarian efforts focused on clean water access, medical facility construction, educational development, and the provision of basic human needs. And whereas the club has actively supported Rotary International's Polio Plus program and its leadership in the global polio eradication initiative in partnership with the World Health Organization, the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and UNICEF to immunize children worldwide against polio. And whereas, as a result of these sustained global efforts, polio cases have decreased by more than 99.9% since 1985, bringing the world to the brink of eradicating this disease. And whereas this 100-year milestone stands as a testament to the thousands of hours of service contributed by generations of Rotarians in Minden, whose legacy continues to positively shape both the local community and communities around the world. Now, therefore, the Douglas County Board of Commissioners hereby congratulates the Rotary Club of Minden, Nevada on the occasion of its 100th anniversary and commends its unwavering commitment to service while extending best wishes for another century of meaningful impact and community leadership. signed by me. I appreciate the opportunity. Adopted the 7th day of May, 2026 Board of County Commissioners and attested by our Clerk Treasurer, Amy Bergens. I think I wrote it just like you read it, just like you wrote it, right, Dick? So, anyways, Graham's going to say a few words. I'd invite the rest of the Rotary members that are here. I know there's a dozen or so or more. Please come up, and then Graham can say a few words, and then we'll. And some very prominent people in our community that still belong to a Rotary organization. So, we're proud to have them here today. So, Graham.
Thank you, Chairman Gardner, for this wonderful honor, honoring Rotary. We've been here for 100 years, and here's to another 100 years of us spending thousands of man-hours per year, raising tens of thousands of dollars for the community, and it all stays here. So thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, that should be good. All right, everybody, 1, 2, 3. Stay right there. 1, 2, 3. Commissioner Hales, I can't see your face. There we go. All right, everybody, go ahead and look up here. 1, 2, 3. Excellent. Thank you so much.
I would mention also that they're always constantly looking for new members. So please take the opportunity if you're so inclined.
Thank you, Mark.
Let's see if you can make it. June 1st. Yeah. We'll be eating hot dogs at 9 o'clock.
They meet on every Thursday except for the last Thursday of the month, and they have a social. So once again, if you're so inclined and want to look for an opportunity to serve our community, please take a look at the Rotary Club as a possibility. We'll go into item number 9 now for possible action, discussion on Resolution 2026R-018, increasing the base salary for the Justices of the Peace for the East Fork and Tahoe Township Justice Courts, Douglas County, Nevada, presented by our Human Resources Director, Christine Vito. And I want to welcome our 2 Justices of the Peace, the Tahoe Township, Michael Johnson, and the Justice of the Peace for East Fork, Lori Trotter. Welcome. Ms. Vito.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the Commission. Christine Vito for the record. Today I am bringing forward Resolution 2026R-018 to establish an updated compensation for the Justice of the Peace positions as required under Nevada law. This board is responsible for setting this compensation per NRS, and it was last established in 2023. This resolution sets the base salary at $145,000 annually and becomes effective July 1, 2026. This fiscal impact is limited to the salary adjustment for the 2 positions plus associated PERS contributions. It also maintains existing longevity structure of 2% per year after 4 years of service, capped at 20%, consistent with other elected officials, and the benefits remain consistent with employees and elected officials of Douglas County. And if you have any questions, I can help answer them, and the judges may want to come up and say something to the board as well.
They're welcome to do so. Do we want to ask them first, or do you want to make a comment?
I want to make a comment. So thank you, Ms. Vito, for this work. This idea came up months ago, and looking at it, at paying under 120,000 for this really demanding and important position seemed not what we wanted to do as a county. We want to have our justices of the peace fairly compensated, and we hope we keep these two for a very long time. But when the time comes that they are decide they don't want the position, or we want to attract good people. We want to be paying enough that people will want to run for this and do the hard work, the hard important work. It's a critical piece of our public safety and fairness and all good things that need to happen in our county. So there was a concern because East Fork has a lot more people who live here, and the caseload is heavier. And what ensued over the next months, because I was chair at the time that this idea came forward, somehow I got tasked with working a little bit with the judges on this, with the concern being that Judge Trotter's workload, because of the many more people in East Fork than in Tahoe Township, is a heavier workload. And but we did not want to have two different salaries. And so I appreciate both of these judges working together to find ways that Judge Johnson can pick up some of the workload to even it out a little bit. And there are restrictions in law. I mean, it can't just be cut in half because it's different townships, and that would not reflect the responsibility of Judge Trotter, particularly in keeping her mandated work. But over the last months, they've been very creative in finding ways that Judge Johnson can help take some of the workload from Judge Trotter. And I'd like to just mention a few of those. There is one block of civil hearings that Judge Johnson is able to hear on Monday afternoons. Judge Johnson accepts transfers of cases, including time-consuming jury trials, and East Fork sends those cases to him when it's allowed by law. Judge Johnson is researching whether a mental health court and or a substance abuse court could be put together, to which both East Fork and Tahoe could assign defendants. Judge Johnson prepares and revises forms, and he is providing a consistent format across both courts, and that helps the work be more efficient and reduce the workload. Judge Johnson accepts designation as the East Fork contact for law enforcement seeking after-hours and weekend or holiday contacts for things such as search warrants, as requested by Judge Trotter, or as naturally happens. He pitches in fully on that. Judge Johnson has accepted the assignment of hearing all juvenile contested civil traffic cases in Douglas County. And when the Justice Center is complete, there may be more opportunities because there will be more space flexibility for sharing of the caseload. All this to say, I've really enjoyed working with both of the judges. They're doing fine work, and I feel like given the imbalance in the caseload, they've done a great job in being creative and figuring out how to take a little bit of the pressure off Judge Trotter. That was a lengthy explanation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for that explanation. I just want to take a moment here to indicate my appreciation for your involvement in the correction of this issue, because it's been a standing issue for some time. As I understand it, Ms. Vito, although we did in 2023, the board revisited this issue, however, at 119-304, but that was a carryover from a previous time. Is that right? What, and how long has that been?
Chairman Gardner, thank you for the question. Christine Vito for the record. It has been set at that amount since 2018.
So 8 years now, that level, okay. And as Commissioner Hales indicates, it's extremely important not only to recognize these two judges and the fact that there has been no raises in this process, cost of living or anything, right, since 2018 in this position. And you're right, Commissioner Hales, extremely important to be able to attract, should one of these or both decide that they want to leave us for whatever reason, we want to make sure that we can attract qualified, good candidates for those roles. So anyways, I thank them for what they're due. And at this time, Commissioner, you have anything you wanted to add? Okay, then Commissioner, Judge, would you like to? Yes, please. Okay. And I'm not going to put you on a clock, so.
I'll be done anyway, so it'll be all right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Mike Johnson, Tahoe Justice Court. On behalf of Judge Trotter and myself, I want to thank you for your consideration of this item, and you in particular, Commissioner Hales, for your interest and involvement in court-related issues. I just wanted to make 2 quick points today. One was just made by Ms. Vito in response to Commissioner Gardner's question. Yeah, the salary has been in place. The current salary has been in place since, I think it was July 1 of 2018 without any cost of living adjustments. I think our state legislature recognized, I think it was just last session, I think it was SB 116, that a number, you're nodding your head yes, that a number of county elected officials should be caught up with inflation. I think county elected officials had gone a similar amount of time before cost of living adjustment, which is my understanding SB 116 more or less took care of that last year. So this salary increase would largely catch us up with the inflation that has accrued over the last 8 years or so, and we'd appreciate your consideration of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Judge Trotter, would you? No? Going once? It's okay. Give you an opportunity. Okay, thank you. And the only thing I would say, and I want to recognize Judge Johnson again, is this board reserves the right to move our meetings to Tahoe on occasion when Tahoe-centric items are before us, so that we recognize the need for those residents to participate in a Board of Commissioners meeting up at the lake. And so we've taken that opportunity from time to time, and so I want to thank you for the use of your courtroom when we have those occasions. And I think we have probably the South Shore area plan is probably coming up, or we have other issues that are coming up in the future. So we'll rely on your ability to use your courtroom at times also. So thank you. Appreciate that. Any other questions? This is for possible action, so we need to take this to public comment. At this time, I'd entertain public comment on item number 9, Resolution 2026R-018. Is there any public comment?
Chairman Gardner.
Yes.
So Dan Coverly, Douglas County Sheriff. We are extremely lucky in Douglas County to have 2 phenomenal Justice Court judges. My office interacts with them daily on a variety of issues. But I think the thing that impresses me the most is their availability. They are available day or night, 24 hours, 7 days a week. We wake them up often for search warrants and things like that. They are both very thoughtful and in their deliberation and how they run their courts, and they are a huge part to public safety within Douglas County. So that I can't stress that enough. I'm very proud that they are, to be able to work with them and to have their support, and it's so this is great. I fully support this, and very thankful, and as all of us should be. I don't think people realize the volume that goes through the justice courts. that's just on the criminal side. That doesn't even talk about the civil stuff that I really don't have anything to do with. But the criminal side is very huge volume, and it never stops. And there is no, I don't know how they take vacations, but every now and then they do, well deserved. But they do a phenomenal job, and so I'm very thankful. So very supportive of this.
Thank you for your comments, Sheriff. And we do look forward to having the opportunity to accommodate new facilities for you in about a year. Yes, please. We're still in public comment, so go ahead.
I don't normally like raising costs at all. However, these two I am familiar with, and they're very hardworking. They're very well qualified. And $145,000 is nothing compared to what they would get in the private sector. And we're just lucky to have them. So I actually am in favor of this raise for them.
Thank you.
Jim Jackson, now I'm going to shock you again. In my experience of people working for me, if I had had any of them go for 8 years without a raise for cost of living or anything else, they wouldn't have continued to work for me. I commend you for putting up with it for this long. Again, they're extremely important positions, and unlike when I normally complain about you spending money, I don't think this is the time to do that. I think this would be a very wise expense to do. So, thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment in regards to Resolution 2026R-018. Seeing no additional public comment, bring it back to the board. Any additional comments by the board, or would you like to offer a motion?
I'll make a motion to adopt Resolution 2026R-018 as presented.
Motion by Commissioner Tarkanian, seconded by Commissioner Hales to approve the Resolution 2026R-018 as presented. Since no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying R. Right, saying yes.
R.
R. R. Okay, I'm getting this resolution R. Okay, 2026R-018. What I guess I was going to say Commissioner Rice is what I was looking for, but I don't see him up there. So, anyways, all those in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Okay. And since he know, so 4-0-0. Okay, thank you. We appreciate it, and thank you for once again for your service. Yep. A 5-minute break. Okay, I think this one will go fairly quickly. This is for presentation only. Item number 10. Presentation on the 2026 Minden Tahoe Skyfest, October 16, 2026 through October 18, 2026, hosted by the Minden Tahoe Airport. And our airport manager, Heather McDonnell, is here with us today to do that. And then we'll take a break. Welcome, Ms. McDonnell.
Good morning. Thank you. And thank you to Rachel and the County Manager's Office for all their help with this. It's very much appreciated. Okay, so I am here today to introduce and show you what we've got on for our next air show, 2026, the Minden Tahoe Skyfest. As everyone knows, we had to skip 2024's air show, and it's normally scheduled every 2 years, so we're on track back this year for every 2-year performance. In between those years, I will be having an open house, an airport discovery day, and that day is free to the community to come look at the airport, free to the vendors to come show. We're really encouraging businesses in the community to come together out at the airport. But those off years, we'll have this great air show for everyone to enjoy. So our mission, we're honoring the past and kicking off the new brand with recognition of our county's 250th anniversary, recognizing military and aviation history. This is something that we knew right going into this, and it's very important to us. This is part of our Patriot jet team. They're flying their red, white, and blue smoke colors for us, and we're really going to be trying to honor our military families as we do every year at the airport honor events. We're trying to inspire the future. We're providing STEM and aviation career pathways, trying to really bring the young aviation enthusiasts into the crowd and get people excited about aviation and all the different career opportunities and knowledge out there. And we're also supporting the community by providing a fun, safe, and family regional event. And the economic impact, we're also working really hard on trying to bring those dollars to our community for tourism in the hotels and the restaurants, and we're constantly working on ideas and how we can get people to drive past the airport and come into the community. We're working hard with the Chamber and the Carson Valley Visitors Authority on that. So we're gonna give you a short demonstration of the performer list so everyone has a great idea.
Do we get to see a video?
Apologies. There will be, yes, at the end. So this is our mainstream jet team. The Patriots are from over in the Bay Area. They are a retired military group that has put together this L-39 jet team. There's 6 of them, and they fly military-style coordination, very similar to what we see with the Thunderbirds and the Blue Angels. They blow like I said, the red, white, and blue smoke for their patriotic theme, and they are very well trained, and they do a great dramatic demonstration as a jet team. The U.S. Army Golden Knights, they have been to our air shows in the past. They are a precision military parachute team that jumps thousands of times a year and very elite to this type of program with air shows. They will also be joining us in the nighttime for our Twilight show on Friday night and doing a Twilight jump with some very great ideas for how to use sparklers. And also, I had much more detailed notes that's not showing up. That's why I asked Rachel for, so bear with me while I'm winging it. Our ghostwriter, Nathan Hammond, is in the Chipmunk performing as ghostwriter. Ghostwriter does skywriting, and so he'll be helping us try and promote the event the day before. If you see some skywriting over the air show or over Carson City, we're trying to bring people in with some creative ways of showing what great things are happening at our air show this year. Also, he's a great add to our air show as he also performs in our nighttime. He's over 200 pounds of pyrotechnics attached to the airplane as he flies for our nighttime show. Okay. All right, Red Fox Air Show. Mr. Yuichi flies this plane and does several acrobatic moves. He's fast-paced, low-level, and does the tight, rapid direction changes. For those of you that like to watch the air show from a distance on Johnson Lane, you will not get the full effect of this Red Fox Air Show plane. He's low and to the ground and doing amazing acrobatics in front of this flight line. We have Mr. Tory Ward. He is the smallest jet-powered aircraft. He is an amazing person. I'll take this time real quick to tell you that I travel in December to the International Council of Air Shows. It is a convention that they have once a year where every air show performer meets and comes together for this convention. And everyone who is organizing an air show kind of walks and talks to them and decides if it's the right act for their air show. And this is where I got to meet Mr. Ward. And he is 6'3" and has lost. He said he had to lose a lot of weight to where he had to buy a belt to fit into this little tiny microjet. But it's a pretty amazing show as he flies this small jet engine around with acrobatics and the precision of what the jet aircrafts can do. Renegade Aviator. This gentleman, Dave Costa, is actually based at our airport. He does air shows all over the country and some in Canada. And we're lucky to have him here at our airport. He's an amazing person and is helping. He has a podcast where he's trying to get the word out for us. He's the only TS-11 Iskra flying in air shows in North America. So big jet engine, lots of noise, and some red glowing coming from that engine as he flies by and does his performance. Okay, the Sukhoi West demo team. We are lucky that we were able to negotiate with the Patriot jet teams. They have several pilots and planes in their staff. So we'll have to separate them. The Patriot jet team, some of those same pilots are going to be flying the Sukhoi West and also upcoming, you'll see the Saberliner. So they're bringing their whole act here with them. We're able to negotiate that price point down with doing that. So there was a lot of work that went into this contract. The Sukhoi Wests are a great addition for an aerobatic aircrafts, and the demo of them together is going to be quite entertaining, as you can see by this picture. Vertigo Air Shows, Mr. Bob Carlton, he's also been here at our air show before. He flies the jet-powered sailplane with a turbojet engine. He actually came up with this technology himself. He's a pretty outstanding, him and his wife travel all over the place flying this glider, this jet-powered glider. As you can see, it does have the smoke. And he will also be one of our nighttime shows with pyrotechnics on this sailplane. Okay, the Saberliner is a very large plane that these pilots, also from one of the Patriots, do some amazing things to see. It's the only company certified and actively flying a corporate jet in the full acrobatic envelope. So it's going to be very interesting to watch that happen. So here we are with our very first ever night show. So this is going to be a twilight/night show combined. It'll start around 6 p.m. on Friday, October 16th. And it'll be opposite of how the day show is going to go. We're going to start with the Patriot jet team during the twilight hours and then the Golden Knights. And then we'll move into the night show. And the grand finale will be this drone show. There's over 2,000 drones will be up in the air, and this is also a great opportunity for sponsorships. We're accepting 2 major sponsorships for this drone show so that they can display logos and advertise for our whatever sponsor company we try and get. We have 1 sold already at $15,000, and it's going to be a very spectacular finale to our show. This is a graph on tickets. So tickets went on sale May 1st. They have been on sale for 6 days, and we have sold 26 tickets with a total of $895 in revenue in the last 6 days. We are gaining traction. We have a social media profile both on Facebook and Instagram. Rad Strategies, our marketing team, is really helping push that out and get the word. And then we also have a website, Minden, Tahoe, Skyfest.net. I encourage everyone to go look into that. You'll have more information on all the performers, ticket sale information, and updates coming through on a regular basis on that website. Here, I wanted to show you a graph on how we're approached our ticket pricing. We have adults, youth, a family pass. I'm offering this year a 2-day pass for the Friday night show and a Saturday show, trying to really get the community to come in and enjoy both shows and bring in again those dollars from outside of our county, and then also bleacher seating. This tiered program is based on ticket sales. So you'll never see a ticket price cheaper than today. The more and longer it goes, the more expensive it'll tier up, and that's common practice in this air show and also any really event ticketing system. So we're doing this based on our expenses projection so that we can hit that break-even mark with our expenses and hopefully our sponsorships. So 12 and under, our youth are free, and they're also incorporating bleacher seating this year thanks to Parks and Recreation for their new bleachers that they got. So that'll be great too. Okay, I'm gonna skip that real quick. That's gonna be your finale. Okay, so I just want to talk about this sponsorship opportunity. We are actively recruiting sponsors to help this community and help this air show be a success. We have opportunities for our businesses and sponsors to put their name and logo on the jet team. We can print a vinyl cover and it'll put on the jets, and the jets will fly around and be parked all weekend advertising that business. As I mentioned, we also have the drone show capability for sponsorships, and all of the other pilots have commented that they'd be willing to do extra things for the sponsors to help. And the microjet can be put on a trailer and driven around to different buildings. So it kind of folds up and is a fun attraction to bring to your business. And then also we have some smaller packages available for media outlets and logo presentations that we really want to help get our businesses involved. Currently, we have, I mentioned a drone sponsor. Carson Valley Health and Barton has teamed up and has become a sponsor. And then also we're working with Starbucks to help sponsor our kids corner. So we're really trying to bring in that STEM aspect where we're having the kids do projects based on flight engineering and wind resistance, and Starbucks is helping to coordinate those activities. Do you have any questions?
Commissioners, questions? The only thing I wanted to mention is I believe this whole thing was put together through, once again, a volunteer committee that you put together that of people, aviation people that have donated their time to put this together. And so thanks to them for doing this. And looks like it's going to be an exciting show. So
Correct.
Are we going to be able to see a video?
Yeah. So
okay.
Hopefully we'll see. This is a small sliver of what our night show will look like. This is Ghost Rider performing with his pyrotechnics. While this is flying, I'm going to say yes. I do have a great committee of volunteers and also staff that is all a lot of questions this last month of how are you going to do an air show at night? You can't see the airplanes. So here you go. You'll be able to see it quite well, and it's going to be a spectacular show. Okay.
There you go, Mr. Jackson. Mr. Conway, you'll be able to sit on the back porch of your house and watch this night show.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Thank you guys for your time.
Please.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager, for the record. I just want to commend our airport manager, Heather, for putting together a wonderful array. You worked very, very hard to make the night show be different than the day show. So I just want to reiterate, for those who are considering attending this year, definitely consider both shows. And that was very strategic. And Editor's Authority, talking about the economic impact, we're trying to get people to commit to coming to our community, staying in our hotels, going both nights, and arguably, I would say there's enough entertainment for all 3 days. So excited. I can't wait to bring my daughter, and I'm just very grateful for the volunteers as well. So thank you for what you're doing.
Okay. Well, it's presentation only.
I'm just curious on the shows. You've got 2 different days. Are they the same shows each night and each day? Or are they different?
Good question. Okay. Please give us a kind of a rundown of what's going on each day.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. And thank you, Jennifer. I should have mentioned that the Friday night show is completely different than the Saturday and Sunday show. It's 100% opposite of anything you've ever seen at an air show here. It's like I said, it starts off at the Saturday show that ends, the finale is the jet team and the amazing things they do. Friday, it's the beginning, so it only gets better from there. So I really encourage everyone to enjoy the Friday night show. And also for sale, we are offering 2-day passes at a discount. So you can buy Friday night and Saturday with 1 ticket price.
Okay, but it's a 3-day show, Friday night, Saturday, and Sunday.
Correct.
Is that right?
Sunday
Okay.
is going to be very
But Saturday
similar.
and Sunday are exactly the same?
I mean, I don't think any air show is ever exactly the same from day to day. There's lots of different things, and you never know what's going to happen. We have some cars that are going to be in our show. They'll be racing the planes and doing different things based on availability. Bits of difference throughout the show. The performers are going to remain the same, but the fill in the middle is going to change, and so it'll be Saturday and Sunday will be similar, but never the same.
Okay, so you don't have a 3-day pass available. Okay, so you buy a 2-day pass and you can attend Friday and Saturday, or Saturday and Sunday, or Friday and Sunday.
Friday and Saturday is what the 2 pass covers. Yeah, you can still buy individual tickets for any day that you want to go, but the 2-day pass covers Friday night and Saturday.
I think that's the clarification you were looking for,
Yeah,
right?
and the purpose of that is to have people be able to come in, stay at the hotels, and attend both shows.
Great marketing. Yep. Okay, very good. Thank you. Any other questions, commissioners? Okay, well, thank you very much, Ms. McEnell. We appreciate, and once again, it's always amazing to me how short time you've been involved with the aviation community and how knowledgeable you are in that regard. So thank you for that work. Okay, with that, we'll take a 5-minute break, okay? Come back at, 11:20. We'll try that. We're going to try to get through the finance portions of this meeting and the public works portions of the meeting, and then I think we'll be able to take a break at that time for lunch. So at this time, we'll go into item number 11.1 for possible action. Discussion of a $1,509,135 general fund augmentation of the adjusted opening fund balance resulting from fiscal year 24-25 revenue and expenditure variances. Our Chief Operating Officer, Kathy Lewis, is presenting today. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Lewis for the record. The next 3 presentations, they do intertwine, so I'm sure we will be talking a little bit through referencing the different presentations, but I want to talk first about the general fund adjusted opening fund balance. And get to the next slide real quick. In January at this board meeting, we did a budget kickoff where we looked at how we ended last fiscal year, where we're at currently this fiscal year, and the budget directives that the departments and elected officials use to build their budget for next fiscal year. In that presentation, talking about how we ended last year, we discussed how in the general fund, we ended the year really close to budget. Our revenues were 1.14% over our budget. We collected 1.14% more than we budgeted, and we spent less than 1% than we had budgeted. So we were really close within our budget. That resulted in a little over $1.5 million that's unallocated. That was revenues not anticipated because they were a little bit over, or expenditures that we didn't spend. And so we're here today to talk about the best use of those general fund dollars. This is not the other funds, just general fund dollars. Based on this discussion, we will bring back at the next board, it'll probably be on consent, an augmentation to solidify the discussion today for this. So this is how we ended last year. We have $1.5 million. We have a couple items that we would like to fund from that $1.5 million that have come up through the years. Through this past year. One is initial $20,000 to finish the remodel in here for safety concerns and working with the clerk's office. And then the next three items are actually what were presented to the board during our budget discussions. And these were supplemental requests that the different departments requested. Let's see. One was from the courts. They do an audit every 4 years. And then community development would like some support contract work for the next year as they implement their new system. We felt like these were both one-time expenditures and could be funded from these one-time funds. So there were supplemental requests for next year. We're asking to fund them this year. In addition, we have entered into additional contracts that come before the board, and additional work with the public administrator as we clean up those old cases. And so we need an additional budget to support that function for the rest of this year. So after those items, we have about $1.25 million, and we're would like for a discussion to use those funds. We had discussed at the budget hearings to look at community grants if we have funding left over. So we put $150,000 in community grants. And then also, we have talked many times that we have aging radio infrastructure that we are trying to slowly chip away with funding, creative ways to upgrade this system. We have put in for federal grants. So we'd like to put an extra $500,000 in there. And then $603,000 transferring to extraordinary maintenance to support critical aging infrastructure, both technology and actual infrastructure, physical infrastructure needs. I did on the next slide, just before we have a discussion, outline priority projects, capital projects that both our technology department and our maintenance department talked about that are critical needs that they would like to see in the next 1 or 2 years that need to be funded for these. So ready? Any questions or discussion?
Commissioners?
It's not a question, and I spoke with Jennifer, Ms. Davison about this before. At some point, we need to make roads a priority and put some money into roads, and I understand we're going to discuss that later in the year. Again, everything is necessary that's being requested from us, from whatever department they feel that way. But roads are really, really bad here.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, and Commissioner Tarkanian. Thank you also for your point. And I appreciate that you and I did have this conversation. I just also want to commend this board for your recent work to allocate, as part of the stormwater program conversation, you have tentatively directed staff to utilize the $1 million that was being transferred out of the general fund to put that back into roads if in fact you do make the final decision to fund a stormwater program. So I do think that this commission, with one decision that you'll be encountering in the near future, will make the most significant investment in roads that a county commission has made in over a decade. And I look forward to discussing with you what that $1 million in additional road funding would be used towards in next fiscal year's budget. Thank you.
Other discussion? So, and I'll probably appear to be an ogre on this, but with our other needs that we have, with the radio infrastructure and things of that nature, would it not be better to have that versus community grants, that 150,000 go back into Rotary, because the radio infrastructure project or the extraordinary maintenance is something that we need to make sure we have that always bolstered. Would it not be better just to put those funds in one of those two areas? So, because I don't think that 500,000 completely completes our radio infrastructure project, does it? Okay, so another 150 would really help that, in my mind. What are we looking at in regards to what is our needs in that radio infrastructure project?
We are working through that now. We did have a study, I think it was presented to the board in, I want to say 2020 or 2021, that pegged that project to be between $10 and $15 million, I believe. So we are working right now to stabilize our system and to see what we can do for the best price possible. So it will be an ongoing project for many years.
So, thank you. And my attitude is on the community grants, we have a lot of service organizations, a lot of needy programs in our community. The problem is that when we have that come before this board, we're picking winners and losers in that regard. Okay, some people are going to win, some people are going to lose, and I don't know that that's the best expenditure of our taxpayer dollars, other than to more needy infrastructure costs. So I don't know. That's my opinion. I don't know how the rest of the board feels about that.
I am concerned about our nonprofits. A lot of our organizations do an incredible amount of good, and their grant sources are in shorter supply in recent times. We have Family Support Council, we have Suicide Prevention, we have Partnership Douglas County, just to name three of many that are helping them do their work keeps our people safe and not needing more things from us. And it leverages so many volunteer hours if we can give them a little bit of help along the way to do their work. It magnifies because of the volunteers that they're able to use and get things done. So is this 150 better as community grants where a little bit of money can go a long way, or towards radio infrastructure project that's $10 million and 150 may or may not make a huge difference? I am very pleased with the 500, and I do believe that we have a process in place, don't we, for community grants, for decision making on who we have criteria, and we have a process in place to make those decisions. That is a predetermined process, so it's not going to be anybody's whim or favorites as to where this money goes. So that's another point of view.
Yeah, I would just echo a lot of that, because there's a lot of organizations that the work they do is preemptive, and the more preemptive we can be, the less reactive we have to be. So some of these things that are, helping the youth, if we can give them some place to be where they're active under some kind of engagement that's in a structured environment, they're not out causing problems or getting in trouble, and anytime we can take any kind of load off the sheriff's demand, we're happy to do so. So, but there's a lot of different great organizations that do that kind of thing, and you're right. The grant funding, I sit on 3 or 4 different boards of local not-for-profits, and yeah, the ability to get grant funding is just getting harder and harder, and we're having to transition. Partnership Douglas County, for instance, is transitioning to fundraising instead of relying on grants. So there's only so many funds to go around. So
it is getting hard. So if that comes back, that's a direct infusion into our communities. So, yeah, I would vote to try to keep those around. If it's 150, it may not be, but I wouldn't want to just whack them.
Okay, well, I think that's, we'll see where we go with this. Well, right now, we need to go to, it's possible action, so we'll go to public comment. So at this time, we'll entertain public comment on 11.1, discussion of a 1.509. So this is where you're actually asking whether or not, where we want to direct those funds. Is that right? Okay, so public comment is available now on this item. Is there any public comment in regards to 11.1?
Jim Jackson. Now we get back to normal. Is this an A, B, or C choice? You can either put them all in the general fund adjusted opening fund balance or all in the additional use? Or can it be a mix and match somewheres in there? Or is there even another choice? That wasn't real clear when I was looking at it. Because if that's the case, you can mix and match maybe a little bit different. Like you said, you want to keep the community grants because that does more for a bang for the buck than maybe the 150. That would be a lot. The radio's 500,000 when it's a $10 million project. You're not getting much for the 500,000 then. You know, so is there another mix that can be done with this, or is that it? That's my question.
Thank you. We'll get that answer. Is there any additional public comment on this item? Seeing no additional public comment, we'll bring it back to the board. Ms. Lewis, do you have an answer for that?
Kathy Lewis for the record again. It can absolutely be a mix. This is the direction of the board of where we want these additional funds to be directed. And I hear the comments and have to put a plug in for the radio infrastructure project. I do not think foreseen, unless we have a grant, that we will be able to at one time magically have the full amount that we need. We need to chip away at this project, and so anything we can chip away, I would appreciate overseeing that project or overseeing the staff that did that project.
I might like to ask our sheriff if he wants to weigh in on this.
Dan Coverly, Douglas County Sheriff. So the radio issue is critical, and we're making some huge progress doing it in small phases. So they're identifying specific issues at each of the sites and addressing those. So I agree with the overall cost of the project is huge, but we're making good progress, specifically at Tahoe, which is just a tough nut because of the environment, just how it's set up there. And so I support this. I think it's a good spend of the, you know what I mean? And the other thing that there's some cost savings that are going on with fixing the radios right now. So I don't know that we'll ever have to spend that huge amount. I think we're going to be successful way we're doing it now and very cost effective, I guess is my point. So I think we're on the right track.
Thank you. Good question. Good answer. I just remember being in your truck during the Tamarack fire in 2021 and being in South County. And I overheard a conversation you had where you were extremely upset with the inefficiency of the radio. I'll put it that way, okay? Probably not for public ears, right? But you were very frustrated with the lack of the radio infrastructure to accommodate communications in that disaster. So that's why I feel it's a real important aspect for me, besides Tahoe. So anyways, okay, if there's no other, we've had public comment. We brought it back to the board. So basically, you're looking for a motion to approve this or move things around as we desire. So I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve the items set forth on page 867 of our agenda packet.
I'll second it.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Hale, seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian to approve the recommendation of our Chief Operating Officer for the allocation of these funds as presented. Is that adequate? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, I'll vote aye also, so 4-0-0. Thank you. Okay, so that's item number 11.1. We'll go to 11.2 for possible action, discussion to provide staff direction. Discussion to provide staff direction in the preparation of the fiscal year 26-27 budgets for all Douglas County and Douglas County redevelopment agency funds. Discussion may include a general overview and update from the March 23, 24, 30, and 31st, 2026 budget hearings on the following: general fund, all departments including supplemental requests, special revenue funds including supplemental requests, debt service funds, enterprise funds including supplemental requests, internal service funds including supplemental requests, capital project funds including supplemental requests, redevelopment agency funds, and capital improvement projects. Once again by our Chief Operating Officer, Kathy Lewis.
Thank you. Kathy Lewis for the record. I will go through the first thing. I was trying to get it started. It takes a minute. Perfect. Thank you. Going through our timeline this is a similar timeline that we presented in March. As we know, January through March departments, after the January meeting with the board, and we had the board directives, and department heads, directors, and elected officials worked on their tentative budget. Just over a month ago, we sat in this chambers and went through 4 days of budget hearings and listened to every department talk about their programs and their budget. We also, at the end of that, smartly talked about the board's directives and where we wanted to go from there. And so we've used this time between a little over a month ago and now to see what we can do to not only balance the general fund, and we'll talk about the general fund, but then the other funds and looking at the directives. So today we are talking just about budget updates and changes that we propose to make to get us more in line. And then based on today's discussion, continuing to work on the budget, we'll come back at the end of the month on May 28th to present budgets for approval and adoption. So where did we leave the general fund on March 31st? I'm sure many of you remember we left the general fund that we were $1.2 million expenditures over revenues in the general fund based on what was presented. This does not include any of the operating or supplemental requests that each of the departments and the elected officials presented at that time. So taking that $1.2 million and then the supplemental request or the personnel request, non-personnel request, and operating request added to an additional $486,000 of requests. So I put this on this slide. We started off with the $1.2 million. Here's our request. And then based on the board action today for the, was it not showing? Oh, sorry. Based on the board action today for the two Justice of the Peace, an extra $64,000 there. We were out of balance at that of a little $1.8 million. On March 31st, looking at board direction, I'm trying to summarize the board direction that we received at that time. I wanted to go through what we heard the board direction was. We heard the highest priority is public safety, infrastructure, health and human services, and core county services. Where possible and appropriate to do so, costs that can be funded by restricted funds, such as room tax or restricted funds, should be funded there and not as a burden to the general fund. And to reduce the NNDA to $10,000 and see if Tahoe Prosperity could be funded through TOT with TOT funding, with room tax funding. So what were we able to do? Why you guys were having your mini meetings? What were you for this? We are recommending that we build in the operating requests into the adopted budget. If you remember, the departments and elected officials kept their operating budget at no increase, and we told them, after you've scrubbed everything and you think you still need to increase because of contracts or other items, to submit an operating request. And so we feel like after everybody's scrubbed, this is truly what we need to increase service and supplies by $185,000. And so we're recommending to build that into the budget. We just had a discussion, the other thing is on the supplemental, non-personnel supplemental requests. One was from the Historical Society. We heard at the budget hearings that we would like to keep the annual $25,000 to the Historical Society in the budget, but not fund their increase of $10,000. The additional items, we just had a discussion to fund these with adjusted opening fund balance, these additional items. The personnel supplemental requests are in the courts. We have had great discussions with the court administrator and with the judges about creative ways that we can fund these positions that are not a burden on the general fund or using general fund dollars directly to fund them. We are still in those ongoing discussions, and so we'd like to put these on hold and see if we can continue to work with the judges and come back at the May 28th to see what we can do to fund these positions for this. And I will tell you, I'm talking to Judge Trotter. This position might change. She's been looking at her structure and seeing if she needs something different in her office. So we'll come back on May 28th with a resolution to these ones. So remembering we started off with the $1.8 million, not funding the $115,000 from adjusted opening fund balance, not funding the additional $10,000 for the Historical Society. The final consolidated taxes did come in better than we had for the preliminary. If you remember during our discussions, I was hoping that would be the fact because we are trending on budget, even a little ahead of budget this year. So I was hoping their final projection would be higher, and it is higher. So that's a good thing. And I feel comfortable with that, where that's trending, as comfortable as you can be with sales tax in the future. We did work with Brook 80, and we have additional slides on here with that, on the room tax fund to transfer room tax dollars to the general fund to completely fund economic vitality. So that's a transfer into the general fund. And then these were cleaning up issues. It takes a while to really work on a budget, and I think every time you look at it, you see one more thing you can change or tweak or need to work on. And so we finalized the internal service charges, which is risk management and motor pool, which actually reduced in a savings of $146,000 to the general fund. We reduced a payment of Tahoe Prosperity out of the general fund of $30,000. The library will be transitioning to using our technology services. And so we reduced the transfer to the library for next year to fund their technology services with our technology service department. After that, they'll be part of the cost plan. So after next year, they'll be part of the cost allocation. Various other corrections that we were able to make resulted in $208,000 savings. Listening to the presentations, especially with our assessor, talked about how his chief deputy assessor retired, and there'll be some savings in that position when he hires that position. Our next agenda item is to talk about the finance reorg, and if that is approved, that will result in about $80,000 savings to the general fund. So that gets us to almost $1.6 million of the 1.8. The additional items that I'm working on for the last meeting is those supplemental requests from the courts. Also, what expenditures are in the general fund that would be most appropriately paid for by a stormwater utility if it was passed, which includes, we talked about the Carson Water Subconservancy District contract, in addition to some personnel time of our community development. The other part that I need to add in as we work through this is what the county's stormwater assessment will be and what we will have to pay for the county buildings to the stormwater assessment fund. So that gets us really pretty close. I'm at 1.82 million. I mean, I'm a little bit over the 1.8 million dollars in things. So we're pretty close to balanced right now. We'll continue to work on those items for the last one. So that's where the general fund is at. In addition, at the direction of this board, the other thing we'll bring forward on May 28th is the $1 million that now goes to stormwater. We would like to go to roads. Commissioner Tarkanian, we talked about the last agenda item. We would like to do that as a change in tax rate, not as a general fund transfer out, as a change in tax rate. So we'll work on what that reduction in the general fund tax rate needs to be and an increase in the roads. That does a couple things. It shows on residents' tax bills that more money is going towards roads. It also provides for the natural increase in property taxes that naturally happens. The roads will benefit from that instead of a transfer out from the general fund. So we'll come forward what that rate looks like and what that rate needs to be. We'll make it equal about that transfer out for this year, and then it'll continue to grow from here on out.
Mr. Chairman, if I may jump in here. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager. For the record, I'd just like to expand on what Ms. Lewis is saying, just for transparency for the public's sake. When she says we would like to adjust the tax rates to reflect this movement of the $1 million to be allocated specifically to roads, that doesn't change the amount of taxes overall that residents pay. The cap is still in place. What it does is it specifically reserves this $1 million from the moment you take this action into the future, that this $1 million can only be used for roads. It can't be sucked up in the general fund for other purposes. And then as property values continue to grow, rather than a static $1 million year over year, Ms. Lewis alluded to the fact that as assessed values grow, this amount of money continues to grow proportionately, which allows us to continue to keep up with inflation with regard to road maintenance. I'm really proud of the work of this board and your leadership on this issue. I think this is absolutely the right thing to do and demonstrates to the public your intent to utilize this funding specifically only for roads in the future. Thank you.
Those are my comments for the general fund. I would like to quickly go through the other funds and changes we've had in there, but I'll stop and see if there's any questions on the general fund before we go on. I'll keep moving on. Okay. So non-general fund, I wanted to update what we've been working on non-general fund funds, which is, we have a lot of non-general fund funds. The operating request for the non-general fund included a couple items. Included Tahoe Douglas Transportation District, an increase of $65,000 for snow removal for county maintained roads. I do want to note all these items were discussed by department directors and elected officials during their presentation. When they did the presentation, they presented why they needed these information. That information is online in the online videos for that. The airport was seeking an extra $38,000 in their operating increases, and regional transportation was seeking $250,000 to increase their budget for the traffic light maintenance costs. There was a similar reduction in road operating because that's where those costs were allocated. But this is to increase it here. So we're recommending that we fund these operating requests. We did also have an operating request for risk management. It was a big number. I saw everybody's eyes when that was being presented with that big number. But we're not recommending that we go forward with that. The risk management fund is an interesting fund. It's an internal service fund to account for our risk of the county, account for workers' comp, our liability insurance, our risk insurance. It is one where we have reserves and we use reserves as needed. And so we would like to continue to monitor this fund and come back in the future. We have utilized the services of actuary services to help us know how best to fund this fund, how to create the funding for this. In the future, we would like to bring to the board a risk management fund policy, so you know what our targets are. And until we do that, we recommend not funding this request at this time. There were also some supplemental requests in the non-general fund departments. Both were in the airport. There was a non-personnel supplemental request of $450,000. This comes with an increase in revenue. So this is an offset of the increase of revenue. It was a great description. Following our policies, any increase in operating, you need to have an operating request or a supplemental request, but this one is offset by revenue. And then also at the airport, they'd like to convert a part-time office specialist to a full-time office specialist. So these are both at the airport. We're recommending approval of those.
I just want to go back to that airport 450. So they have reserves to cover that. If they get $0 in revenues, they have a reserve of 450 to cover that. Is that right?
That is correct. Yes.
So their ticket prices, everything else they're doing is trying to recover that anticipated cost of 450.
Correct. You are correct. Yes. In the room tax fund, going back and scrubbing everybody's budgets, we were able to, I don't know if the word is free up or readjust the budget that we had an extra $215,000 in budget. We looked at updating the distribution amounts to the entities based on the revenue that we expect to collect. We reduced the revenue. We need to reduce the distribution. This is budget, so really any of our distribution amounts are based on actual collections no matter what the budget is. It was $215,000. If we do the transfer to the general fund to completely fund economic vitality, it leaves a remaining $47,000. And so at the end, we'd like to have a discussion of what the board would like to do with that $47,000. Brooke 80 is in the audience and invite her to come up whenever she feels appropriate. They have a lot of deferred maintenance. One of the items is replacing the lighting at the KL Community Center that could use that $47,000 for, or do we want to continue to look to see about funding Tahoe Prosperity? We did reduce it out of the general fund. It's not funded currently. But then also we had a big discussion on March 31st about trying to make sure the general fund is paying for general fund expenditures and to look to see if there are other funds to fund expenditures that are not general fund. And so we wanted to make sure that the board knew that the room tax fund has taken on additional expenditures in the past couple years. They have taken on the fully burdened cost allocation cost, which has been an significant increase of $320,000 from what they were paying. They are now paying for the debt for the community center, the remaining debt. And so that was an increase of $502,000. And in addition, the parks facility is paying for non-park or performing non-park facility maintenance on our buildings that are not park buildings or median maintenance, if I can say those words. But that cost allocation back to the room tax fund has not increased since 22-23 for those services. And I'll pause for a second to see.
Mr. Chairman, while Ms. Adie approaches the microphone, I'm just going to jump in. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager, for the record. I do want to advise the board that the expenses that have been recently allocated to the room tax fund have been appropriately allocated to the room tax fund. It's not, this board isn't just directing that we rob this fund to save the general fund. I think it's completely appropriate that the costs associated with the room tax fund, cost allocation expenses, be borne completely by the room tax fund. And then also that payment for the community services center, that bond payment, absolutely makes sense. But I do want to note that while we are struggling with fiscal sustainability conversations around the general fund, we're also having very important fiscal sustainability conversations about the room tax fund. So with that, I'm going to turn over to Ms. Adie to add some comments.
Thank you, Brooke 80 Community Services Director. I believe that the County Manager, Jennifer Davidson, and Kathy Lewis explained it very well of what we're trying to show here. I thought that it was important when we do our budget presentation every year, we talk about what we're wanting to fund for the next year, but we haven't really done a very good job of painting the picture of where the increases have come year over year. And we often have this conversation, are there additional things that could be funded out of the room tax? So we really wanted to take an opportunity to demonstrate how those things have happened over the last few years and how it has impacted our budget. The room tax revenues have remained fairly flat for a number of years. We've had multiple conversations about how our budget is very tight. We are watching our budget. We often don't do projects until we know that the revenues have come in. And so this was just an opportunity for us to talk a little bit more about that. When we're talking about projects that we have that we need to have funded, our Kale Community Center is our oldest infrastructure, our oldest building. It is about to be 30 years old. And there are some maintenance needs that we would like to be able to address when we have funds to be able to do so. Now, throughout the year, we do minor maintenance. If things are broken, we fix them, but there are often times where we have bigger projects that we need to take care of. The lights in the facility are aging. They are, most of them are the original lights. Over the last 2 years, we've spent about $13,000 in having electricians come in and fix our lights. So if we're able to move forward with this funding, we think it will help offset some of our costs, our long-term electrical costs in the future. So this would be a really great investment and an improvement to our facility. So if you guys have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
I have one, and I'm still a little confused on what has to be spent at the lake compared to the valley, but aren't these room tax funds that we just paid for the cinema, for the cultural center, are they coming out of the same account, or this one is the ones that have to be used at the lake?
Brooke 80 Community Services Director, the funds that are allocated to the Community Services Department can be used either at the lake or in the valley. They are not jurisdictional.
Okay, so but now you're saying we're short or tight with funds, but we just made that huge investment and have additional costs coming from that fund to pay for annual upkeep and stuff? I mean, I would think the Kell Community Center, being as old as it is and servicing the people it is, would have been a high priority.
Brooke 80 Community Services Director, all of our facilities are a high priority, and so what we do is we look at projects that need to be funded each year, and we prioritize them, and we determine what we're able to fund with the revenue that has been coming in, and what we have available within our major maintenance and repair budget as well. So in the past, when the room tax had a significant fund balance, we were able to take those funds and say, okay, we need to purchase vehicles, or we're going to do this project or this repair. At this point in time, the budget is tighter, so we're
Yeah, see, that's why I'm a little confused, because yesterday at the debate, Scott Morgan was saying how they saved a lot of money during COVID, and made it sound like there was a surplus there, and that went towards this cultural center.
There was a surplus, and it did go towards the cultural center, and now the surplus has been spent. Yes.
Okay. But I think I know where, or at least where what you're advocating for is the upgrade of the lighting for the Kale Community Center, which I agree with. As we upgrade lighting, I would assume that will also assist us in reducing the cost of the energy to support that. So that's where I feel like the biggest bang for our buck is doing that. You know, I know we discussed the Tahoe Prosperity Center, but once again, there's a dozen or better organizations doing the same thing up there, and we didn't get a good presentation, in my opinion, in January. It was difficult for them to express or show us a return on investment. So that's why I support your request for the Kale Community Center. I believe that's what you're doing, right?
Yep.
Is requesting that we devote those funds to that, and that's where I see the greatest need is. That's personal.
I expressed it earlier, I think it's a huge need. To me, those are the bedrock of our community, particularly for young kids. And love what we're doing down here. We need to take care of the center up north, up at the lake too.
Yeah, I agree. So getting those lights replaced, I mean, it's still the click lights up there, right? So yeah, those are definitely a drain on the energy bill. But what I think for me in the things that we're talking about is the economic vitality function. I think that is very important, and I know we have like already 10 other irons in the fire, but if we could maybe get on top of that function and get that working well, and because there's so many times I'm asked questions that the economic vitality position would basically be able to answer and be able to help with, especially like why do we have 20 fast food restaurants when the mom and pop that's actually financing families with their employees, what are we doing for them? So those are the kind of questions that that fit right into that economic vitality position. So I'd like to see us in the future. I know. I'm just saying that now we're moving the funding and we're getting that. Just like while we're doing that, it seems like it might be an opportunity to really look at that exact function and get it refined and get it, a little deep dive. Not that we don't have, 10 other diving boards that we're deep diving off of, but just wanted to make sure we put that in there because I think it's really important. And I'm getting a lot of questions. What are we doing as a county to protect our local business? And so that's exactly the key link right there. So I just like to put that out there since we're doing that. Maybe it's a good time to do that. So,
Commissioner Hales, any observations? No. Thank you, Ms. Adie. I appreciate that. So,
I'm Kathy Lewis for the record. I wanted to add just a couple more comments, and I'm probably not going to say it as eloquent as our county manager does, which I'm always amazed. But I think we had a similar discussion, with the general fund there at the last discussion with our adjusted opening fund balance. There are so many priorities in this county and so many needs, and so we didn't want to fund the economic vitality from room tax, or even assume the Tahoe prosperity without this discussion from the board, because as lucky as we were to use those fundings to purchase the movie theater, we do there are needs too, and there's always going to be needs, and so we wanted to have this discussion. So, moving on, this is a list. I won't go into detail, but I did want for transparency of all the other changes that we've made to all the other funds, and a lot of them are. Just as our consolidated taxes went up, so did the PALS sales tax projection go up, and so there are those changes in there. But these are additional changes we've made to other non-general fund departments or funds. In addition to that, the capital projects, again, departments and elected officials presented their capital projects as part of their presentation. We don't have any capital projects, of course, recommended funding down the general fund. Specifically new capital projects, but these are capital projects mostly funded. If the number starts with a 3, that is an enterprise fund. Those are our business-like funds. So most of the capital projects we're recommending to build into next year's budget are from those enterprise funds. It doesn't mean during the year, if there's funding available, grant funds available, that departments and elected officials cannot come to this board to augment their budget in the future for other capital projects. But we're recommending to fund these into the budget, adopted budget. And then next steps, just really quickly, as we talked about, we will take the discussion from today, build it into our final budget, and bring back a final budget on May 28th.
okay.
And always want to say a thank you to everybody. It's a heavy lift to get the budget from directors, elected officials, finance staff, county manager staff, everybody to get to where we're at now. A couple more weeks, and hopefully we'll have adopted budget. Questions?
Questions?
Or comments?
No, I think we've asked our questions during this process. So this is for possible action. So we'll go to public comment on this.
Jim Jackson. Room tax. I would like to have at some point a real explanation on what the room tax can actually be used for. It seems it bounces all over the place. Economic vitality. I thought room tax was entertainment, parks, the movie theater, things like that. Now it's going to be transferred a certain amount into the general fund for economic vitality. Maybe the definition allows for that, but I don't see it. It sounds like you can dress things up in fancy names and fancy numbers and all that kind of stuff, but sometimes for the lay person out here that's not the accountant and all that, it makes no sense whatsoever. You tell us on one hand you can't use it and put it into the general fund for something we need like roads and everything, which entertainment, to get to the entertainment venue, you got to drive on the road, so you could justify that if you fancy up the words for it. But it just doesn't make sense. Now we're saying that that room tax fund is flattening out. You're not going to have a lot of money. You need a lot of stuff fixed that it could fix, but we bought a $3 million movie theater that we can't fix. So can you see the frustration that somebody like me has with that one particular item? Not the whole thing, but just that one item on the room tax. And at some point, I would sure like to have that explained so that it's very clear on what it can be used for, what it cannot be used for, and why are we spending it when we got other things that we should have spent it on that are going to actually still be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Chuck Heffernan. First of all, I'd like to thank you for fixing Johnson Lane. The maintenance of the roads up there is much needed and very much appreciated. Also, East Valley, they're starting to work on that, and hopefully you will approve the restriction of the trucks, and that won't help Johnson Lane, but it will help East Valley. So I want to commend you on the creative way of funding or moving the $1 million to the road maintenance, because I think that's, tying that to the property tax, I think is good, and I think it'll index for inflation, and I think that's a good way to handle it. Before we start scrambling around for pet projects to spend that, everybody, oh God, $1 million, let's go find some things to spend it on. I just want to remind you that in 23-24, you approved the 5-year transportation plan. I think there's 2 or 3 years left on that. So, and there are plenty of projects in there. There's safety projects, there are pavement preservation projects, there are rehab and reconstruction projects. So all you have to do is go back to that plan, either amend it or take that plan and use that plan to guide you. I would suggest to you that could guide you on what to do with that money. Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment on item 11.2? Okay, we'll bring it back to the board. Does this require action, or it's just you got our comments, right? So you'll build that in. Okay. Huh? Keep whittling. Yeah, keep whittling. Yeah. Yeah, we're looking for pennies, right? So.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager, for the record. Because we were asked a somewhat direct question by Mr. Jackson about economic vitality, I just will let the public know that of the total amount of TLLT funding that we collect, which is 4% overall, 1% of that 4% can be used pursuant to Douglas County Code to fund the county's economic vitality efforts and to repair, replace, improve, acquire, and protect Douglas County parks and recreation assets and facility reserves adequate to operate safe and functioning parks and recreation facilities and equipment. That is the wording of that section of code. Economic vitality is not specifically defined, but that is the basis that we are utilizing room tax funding for economic vitality. Thank you.
Thank you for that explanation. Okay, if we have no other, we're taking action on this item, so we appreciate that, and we look forward to your presentation on May 28th in that regard, right? So, okay, and we'll go to 11.3, and after 11.3, we're going to take a break for lunch. So, 11.3, for possible action, discussion regarding the proposed reorganization of the county's finance functions, including transitioning the chief financial officer position to a comptroller role, reassigning the finance manager position to a budget specialist within the county manager's office, creating a lead principal accountant position through the reclassification of an existing senior accountant position, and placing the comptroller and budget strategist under the oversight of the chief operating officer. Ms. Lewis, Kathy Lewis, the chief operating officer, is going to present this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Lewis, for the record. You're almost done listening to me, so that's good. I do not have a formal presentation on this item. I do have a white paper or paper I wrote that's attached as backup. When I was promoted to the chief operating officer, we started the search for the chief financial officer. We did do a couple recruitments, and we really looked at that, had great applicants, but felt like we were off a little bit on what we were looking for. And so looking at the structure, we decided that a better structure for where we're at right now is the chief operating officer and a comptroller instead of a chief operating officer and a chief financial officer. And so we would like to to change the chief financial officer to a comptroller position, not a chief financial officer. But then we also looked at how important it is for all the work we've been doing on budget and knowing budgets and our 5-year forecast and knowing the details of it. So converting one of our vacant positions to a budget strategist that would be embedded in the county manager's office, that would be available to the county manager to talk budget and budget strategy. The comptroller would oversee the financial and the internal controls and the ACFR and things like that. But knowing that having a comptroller that is overseeing many people, their time gets sucked away pretty quickly. And so wanted to also create one of the senior accountant positions, change that into a lead accountant that would be more in charge of the projects or the ACFR, the audits, making sure the technical piece of our journal entries are correct, make a lead accountant instead. So this is the structure proposed. It does result in savings of annual savings about $80,000 with this structure, and I'm open for questions.
Commissioners, questions?
I guess just to put it in layman, I just want to make sure that we're not, just trying to save the budget, right? We're trying to organize and make the entire office more efficient, right? I mean, I know definitions and job titles and stuff like that. So this is an effort to streamline the department, not necessarily just cut budget dollars, correct?
Thank you for that question. Yes, streamline the department. I do feel, looking at other structures in governments as they grow, the budget function is not unusual for the budget function to then become part of the county manager's office. I feel like that is where we're at in our county, in that having a budget person or a budget function within the county manager's office makes a lot of sense. And they're there for discussions and things like that. And so separating those two pieces out was more my goal, and then everything else fell from that. So you're right, that was not, the priority was not saving money. The priority was what is the best structure for where we're at right now in the county for finance.
I like that question, and digging a little deeper, the COO, right now we have you, that's fabulous. Would the COO position permanently require the level of financial skill that you have?
That's a great question, and I will be happy if the county manager would like to jump in. I will tell you, in today's time, every time we have worked with our departments and our elected officials to really encourage them at any time they have an opening of a position that's a higher level or any position, that before they just fill it automatically, that they look at their structure and see if they can do it differently. I will be curious to see when I retire what that will look like, and what the needs of the county will be at that time.
Thank you, Mr.
Is your
Chairman.
retirement on our calendar that we noticed?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. I really appreciate how modest Ms. Lewis is. And I think Commissioner Hales, you're alluding to the fact that we have a very specific skill set with our COO today that we might not be able to attract in the future. I think that is a large possibility. I think the second part of Ms. Lewis's answer was we strive to look at ways that we can leverage skill sets and dollars to maximum effect to result in efficiencies in operations, but make sure that we're not paying more for something than we should. And we will continue to do that moving forward. As we replace important team members due to retirements, we're going to have to continue to look at this. I talk to my team members a lot about playing Moneyball. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with that movie. And that's about having the right people in the right seats on the bus to make effective decision-making across the organization in a way that leverages our dollars the best way we can. And I think anytime you change a person in one of those seats, you got to look at it again. And it may not make sense to stick with the current structure. Sometimes government gets stuck with the way it's always been done. And I'm encouraging my team members to be more adaptable and flexible as we evaluate our structures moving forward.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. My hesitation is my experience with the term comptroller in other organizations hasn't had the same financial skill and hasn't been as successful as having a CFO. Right now, we have benefit of all kinds of skill from you, and that's fantastic. Long term, if we have to replace that COO, I'm not sure I'll be comfortable with this format unless we get someone with a very, very strong financial background.
I think that's well taken, but I also, what our county manager is saying is that every time we have that, we're going to have to re-examine the whole process. Yeah, so that's why I'm comfortable with it, and I appreciate the suggestion. So, yeah, and this has happened in a number of our departments. I know clerk treasurer looked at it also when a reorganization and so on and so forth. So, anyways, if there's no other questions, we'll go to public comment. Okay. So, do we have public comment on 11.3? Not seeing any public comment, we'll bring it back to the board, and if there's no other questions, I will entertain a motion.
Sorry, I'm just thinking, I do kind of, this discussion has just, triggered something else in my brain, so I apologize. But if we're talking about setting up this department or any department for the future, right, aren't we typically looking to cultivate the future within our departments? I mean, is our goal to take that comptroller and prepare them to move up in that position? Or are we looking to reorganize every time a senior, I kind of, that was a fear that just jumped into my head is from what we just said, is it's possible that we're not supporting that it could be interpreted from what we said, I guess, that we're not looking to support our staff unless this is actually doing what I'm saying, and that we're setting up the department to people to advance and learn the skills they need to be able to jump to the next level. Does that make sense?
I want to jump in because I
You know
really
what I'm saying?
appreciate that thought. And I want to clarify. I would totally hope that whoever takes these positions will be ready to move to the next level. I mean, that would be fantastic. And I would hope and expect and would support that. Is that what you're?
Yeah, I just when we said that, it was like, you know. Sure, absolutely.
I think we're always looking for our employees to gain more skills and move up in our organization. Of course, you know, that's true of any organization, right? So hopefully.
So I'm going to make a motion to approve the proposed reorganization of the county's finance functions, including transitioning the chief financial officer position to a comptroller role, reassigning the finance manager position to a budget strategist within the county manager's office, creating a lead principal accountant position through the reclassification of an existing senior accountant position, and placing the comptroller and budget strategist under the oversight of the chief operating officer.
I will second.
Motion by Commissioner Tarkanian, seconded by Commissioner Tolbert to approve this item as presented with a recommended motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Not seeing anything up there, so 4-0-0. With that, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Your office is now reorganized, or you'll do that process. And at this time, then, we'll recess for 1 hour. Well, we'll return at 1:30, okay? 1:30. So that we'll take a recess until 1:30. Thank you. Okay, it is 1:30, so I indicated that we would reconvene our meeting at 1:30. We believe that Commissioner Rice is on now. I got notice that he actually joined us during our lunch break. But Commissioner Rice, it looks like you're on. That's good.
I am on, sir.
Very good. Thank you. Okay. Hopefully we can rush through this and you can stay on us. But anyways, we're going
I would love that.
12.1. Thank you. 12.1 for presentation only. So both of the next two items, actually the next three items, are for presentation only. So we'll read those into the record and have the board ask questions. Presentation only 12.1, introduction of ordinance 2026-1668, an ordinance amending Douglas County Code Title 10, Chapter 10.08, control devices to establish vehicle restrictions prohibiting truck traffic on portions of Fremont Street, East Valley Road, and Sunrise Pass Road, and limiting truck traffic on Buckeye Road and portions of East Valley Road. This is the first reading being presented by our Public Works Director, Mr. Phil Richter. Phil.
Commissioners, thank you. Phil Richter, Director of Public Works, for the record. As the first reading, you've read the title into the record, so that essentially completes that task. And I will just open it up to questions from the board at this point.
Thank you. I do know we've had a question from a member of the public. So and I believe his request was understanding of the portion of Buckeye Road that we are going to restrict truck traffic. Would that be the entire Buckeye Road, or is there only a section of Buckeye Road on that?
Phil Rittger, Director of Public Works, for the record. It would be the entire Buckeye Road from 395 out to East Valley.
So we would be posting signs on either end of that road?
Posting signs that it is not a truck route. Not that there's not a strict truck restriction on it, but that it's not a truck route. Really, it's a informational sign so that trucks don't travel out to East Valley thinking they're on truck routes at that point.
Okay, so in other words, local deliveries are okay.
And Phil Ritter, for the record, yes, any of the current exemptions to the control devices that are in code will still apply.
Other commissioners, questions?
Yes, I've had two questions from members of the public. One is just to clarify, the understanding is $600 for each sign, so that would be a total one-time cost of 4,200.
That is correct.
That is not 4,200 for each sign. It's for all the signs.
That is correct.
Okay. And the second question, it's kind of nice to have the sheriff here. I've had a lot of people ask me, will this be implemented? And you and I have talked about this, but I'll just throw that out to you two.
So just like any county code, the sheriff's office will enforce those codes appropriately. There are many other roads within the county that have restrictions for trucks that we enforce. I think designating these routes as not truck routes will alleviate the majority of issues. So long haul truckers or truckers that are coming from outside of the community to deliver to a factory or a Starbucks, for example, they are just following what their GPS is telling them where to go. Okay, so once that GPS notifies or marks those roads as non-truck routes, and they just won't go there because they know that they're not supposed to. There may be violations of that, and we'll address those as they come. So this is nothing new for us. We're familiar with it, and we'll do whatever we need to do to make sure they're not going where they're not supposed to be.
Any other questions, commissioners? Well, if there's no other questions, then this is a presentation-only item. I believe it'll come back to us in another month or so. And at that time, the ordinance will be for possible action and public comment. Is that right? Okay. So with that, we'll close up item 12.1, and we will go to 12. And Mr. Pullman, did that answer your question? Okay. I just wanted to make sure that we address that. So, okay. Okay, thank you. We'll now go to 12.2 for presentation only. This is introduction ordinance 2026-1669, an ordinance amending Douglas County Code Title 10, Chapter 10.16, speed, to establish vehicle restrictions on portions of Fremont Street and East Valley Road. Once again, this is the first reading. We won't have public comment on this one at this time either. And this is once again being presented by our Public Works Director, Phil Richter.
Phil Richter, Director of Public Works, for the record. As you said, this is for presentation only, and it's the first reading. Just for clarity's sake, this is to this will create a uniform speed zone through from Fremont down to the intersection with Buckeye. Is what this ordinance is intended to do along the Fremont and East Valley Road. It won't change the speed limit in Fremont that is currently at 25, or the area in that Fremont zone that's currently 35, but it is intended to reduce the balance of the zone down there to 35 miles an hour, which is currently what it is to the south of the intersection with Buckeye.
Thank you. Any questions, commissioners? This is up your district. Do you want to?
Yeah, I mean, I've done a lot of outreach, and surprisingly, I know a lot of people that live on East Valley out there, and there's not been a lot of support for the speed limit reduction in that area, just because this is not necessary if the trucks are going to be removed. At least that's where most people have said. So I don't know, if we leave this and let it come to public comment to let more people, voice that opinion or where it stands. But overwhelmingly, the people that I know that have lived, that I've talked to, have said that they would prefer it not be, and some were very strongly opinion that it should not be. And I had one that was like, yeah, it might be good to slow them down in front of my house. So the rest of them were all definitely not looking to reduce the speed in that section.
That's what I'm hearing as well. Oh, no, can't do this. Okay, what? Getting a no.
Okay, so this is the introduction, right? We're not trying to build consensus here. the only thing I would say is that one of our chief responsibilities is public safety, and lower speed limits increase public safety, so.
So I guess that's
But I'm not delivering.
can we
deliberating.
ask that question? Is it what the basis behind the speed reduction is? Is it because of road condition or anything else besides?
Phil Ritker, Director of Public Works, for the record. It is a combination of both road condition. This section of road has got some of the lowest PCI pavement condition index ratings of all the what I'd call collector or regional roads. And more importantly, is with the development out there, there are now more homes that direct access to East Valley Road. They've got driveways, so it's no longer a limited access section of road.
Okay. If there's no other further questions, and we're not deliberating, so we'll bring this item back in another month and a half, right? Month or month and a half, whatever the time frame works out. So we've had the introduction of that, so I think that concludes that item. And we'll see you back in the appropriate time frame. Okay, so we'll now move on to item 13.1 for presentation only. Once again, this is for presentation only, and it's the introduction of a code change amendment, so we won't be taking public comment on this one either. Introduction of Ordinance 2026-1667, amending Title 20 of the Douglas County Code, Appendix B1, East Fork Fire Protection District amendments to the IFC and WUI Code, WUI codes of, and Appendix B2, Tahoe Douglas Fire Protection District amendments to the IFC and WUI codes by adopting district-specific amendments applicable to the recently adopted 2024 International Fire Code, IFC, and the 2024 International Wildland Urban Interface Code, more commonly known as WUI. First reading, this is being presented by Tim Davis, our building official. And you don't look like Tom Delaire. Just an observation. Anyways, Andrea Pauling, our Deputy Director of Community Development. Right? So, thank you.
Andrea Pauling, Deputy Director of Community Development. I have Tim Davis, our building official here. This is the first reading. We also have fire in the room, quite a few in the room from fire. So if you guys have any questions, like we said, this is the first reading and presentation only. We will be back in June to present an entire PowerPoint for you regarding this. And this is in reference to one that we brought earlier in the year, and we're bringing it back.
Questions, commissioners?
Just a comment that I appreciate. We had concerns, and I really appreciate the work that was done addressing those concerns. I feel good about it. Appreciate everyone involved.
And then my question was, given the way we're reviewing sites in the code and how they're doing it, does that need to be specifically outlined like the Northern Nevada amendments where we apply codes specifically? Is it covered in how the WUI is written, or do we need to specifically allow use of that Appendix C?
Tim Davis for the record. I'm going to ask the fire prevention officers that are here today if they would like to address that.
Hi, good afternoon, Alan Ernst for the record, Fire Chief. The way the board did adopt it, it is adopted for specific use, so we have the ability to use Appendix C. Yep.
Yeah, I was just making sure we needed to give you any extra
No, we're good.
backing or whatever. Thanks.
Yep.
Okay, if there's no other. Commissioner Rice, did you have any questions? Huh? Well, no, I know, but I think he's here representing somebody else that doesn't appear to be here, right? But anyways, yes. recognize Tom Delaire, our Community Development Director. Thank you. Thank you, Danny. No, okay.
Not to be
Okay,
confused with me.
Okay, so with that, once again, this presentation only, so that'll be brought back to us in June. So with that, 13.1 is closed out, and we'll go to 13.2 for possible. Thank you very much, Tim and Andrea. For possible action, discussion on the adoption of Ordinance 2026-1665, amending Douglas County Code Title 18, Appendix B, the Minden Town boundary by annexing approximately 5.10 acres into the town of Minden boundary. The parcel to be annexed is APN 1320-32-101-010, and this is the second reading. And Ms. Kate Morolis O'Neill, our principal planner, is not here today, and we have our I'm not sure exactly what your title is.
Linda Doherty, for the record,
Doherty,
Community
yeah.
Development Assistant Planner. Sitting in for Kate Morales O'Neill today.
And AJ,
accompanied by Mr.
AJ Hames,
Hames.
our Deputy District Attorney.
Yes. And today is the second reading of the ordinance to annex a parcel into the Minden town boundary. And Mr. J.D. Frisbee of the town of Minden is here to make a presentation. So I'm sure he'll be able to answer any of your questions. And sorry, I don't have it up
Do
yet.
we have the presentation?
Do you need that paper copy?
I have one, thank you.
Okay. So let's, hello, mouse. Here we go.
J.D. Frisbee, Town Manager, Town of Minden, thank you very much. I was hoping to say good morning, but we didn't quite make it in time, so here we are, good afternoon. They're working on, my presentation's pretty quick. You have it in your packet as well. We don't get to do this very often. I went back this morning to look the last time we did an annexation, 2019. So it's been a process to remind ourselves how to go through this with the county. But your staff has been great. I looked through the packet. I think it's very informative, and so you should have all the information you need there. But with that said, you want to just jump into here. So the parcel we're looking at today came before the town board in, I want to say December of last year, or 2025, for a request for annexation. Before that, this was just an agriculture parcel. The two parcels you see there, it's to orient you, it's right behind Minden Meat and Deli. There's that open pasture there. And then it goes out to Zero Lane to the south. So it was a just over 24-acre parcel that came before the town board, probably late 2024, looking for a master plan amendment along with a zoning map amendment to carve out the 5 acres of commercial that you see there that's being requested today as annexation. And then they left the remaining 19 to conform with the agriculture or zoning that's there. So that's the previous zoning map that came before us. If you go to the next slide, it'll show how it currently sits. Nope, you're fine. So that's currently how it is in our master plan and our zoning map amendment. So today we are just coming before you on behalf of the town to request the annexation for that 5-acre parcel. One item of clarification: when they presented to us that little sliver that kind of cuts between the parcels that enter and exit onto 395, it is already in the town boundaries. We kind of missed that when they presented it to originally. So we went back and forth with staff on the best way to handle that. So this is still shown that we are requesting that, but that parcel is not actually on the table today. It is already in the town boundaries. So it's just the GC area that's highlighted in blue minus that little sliver. I'll go to the next slide. So here's your annexation parcel, as I just explained, and I believe that's probably it. And then this will replace the 2019 map that's in Title 18 under the town annexations. So this will become the official boundary map for the town of Minden. I'll just say, as of last night, there was another annexation for Neighborhood 1 that came before the town board that was recommended approval to you guys, and so we will be back before you here shortly. Now that we've kind of gone through this process for this one, it should be a little more streamlined. But for now, we're just looking to do this 5-acre parcel there behind Minden Meat and Deli. So if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them at this time.
Okay. So as I recall, this parcel was rezoned by us, was it a year and a half ago?
End of 2024. I
Yeah,
believe.
okay.
And,
Okay.
and the lot split took place, I think it was recorded towards the end of 25.
Okay.
So
Okay. Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Rice, any questions on this item? Okay. It's for possible action, so at this time, we will go to public comment. Then, if there's no other questions. Seeing no public comment, we'll bring it back to the board. I just had one additional question. I know that they were looking at creating some industrial buildings on this site. Is anything coming forward in that regard?
there was some talk of some concepts, but there's been nothing that I have seen that's very permanent. So
It's just sitting there idle now. So, okay, very good. Any other questions, commissioners? Entertain a motion then.
Mr. Chairman, I recommend that we adopt ordinance 2026-1665 as presented.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Tolbert, seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian to adopt ordinance 2026-1665 as stated. Commissioner Rice, any questions? I'm going to call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Commissioner Rice, you on with us? Yeah. Okay. I know you're trying. Okay, we're going to pass this 4-0, just because we don't have any acknowledgement, right? So, okay. Okay, thank you
very
so
much.
much.
Yeah, thank
Okay,
you all.
appreciate it. Thank you for filling in for your other folks. Kate Morolis O'Neill. I keep reminding myself of that. Okay, we'll move on to item number 13.3 for possible action. Discussion to accept a public multimodal trail easement from the Minden Gardnerville Sanitation District over APN 1320-19-000-009 for the purpose of constructing a multimodal trail and authorize the county engineer to execute any additional documents as necessary to cause the easement to be recorded. This is being presented by our county engineer, Jeremy Hutchings. And you are here.
Yep, Jeremy Hutchings, county engineers, believe it or not, still. This is agenda item 13.3 in your packet, page 1100. It's the public multimodal trail easement from the Minden Gardnerville Sanitation District, also known as MGSD. So the project is about accepting an easement that the MGSD is dedicating to us. It's located right here in yellow. It's off of Muller Lane, south side of Muller Lane, just starting at the intersection with 395. So here's an exhibit, not to thwart your sense of orientation, but north is to the right in this exhibit, and here it is shown a little more detail. It's about 20 feet off the existing right-of-way onto MGSD's property, and it flares out a little bit around the south end just because there's a bunch of infrastructure that we got to dodge around. So thanks to MGSD, they're just dedicating it to the county. That's great. It's about 1.5 acres on the south side of Muller Lane for the use of a multimodal trail. So here's kind of the big picture. Green is trails that exist. Here's kind of Minden Gardnerville. I didn't just make this up. This came out of the trails plan. So the red is kind of pieces of the trails plan. We use this exhibit in a grant application, but you can see trying to tie together, I think, the Ranchos out to Genoa. The Genoa trails in green, it comes down to Wally's Hut Springs here. And then we're talking about this little section right here, a piece at a time. It hits a lot of key points in the strategic plan, draft initiative 2, I think, and it's priority K, which sounds low, but it's actually I don't know why it's K, but it's actually a pretty high priority in the trails plan. Here's what the trail might look like. These things are typically paved, 10 feet wide, seem pretty popular. If you go by the Martin Slough Trail, people are always walking. Yeah, they're relatively at grade, so they're pretty flat. It's nice. Here's a cross section of the trail that only an engineer could love, 10 feet wide, some gravel and pavement. Here's the recommended motion. We get the easement already signed by our friends at the MGSD, so it's just waiting to sign it, and we'll record it. And yeah, that's all we're doing today is accepting the easement. That's it. Any questions?
So we're asked to accept it, but there is no funding or anything to create the actual trail as you described or pictured. Is that right?
Right, we don't have any funding to actually construct the trail. This is just accepting the easement today at no cost to the county. So it's the best deal you're going to see today, Mr. Gardner.
Questions, commissioners? Can you, I do have a question though. Can you describe what type of vehicles can go on a multimodal trail?
Yeah, I mean, it could take a light passenger truck just for maintenance, but typically, you know, bikes, pedestrians, that type of stuff is the intent for multiple uses, yeah.
Side by sides?
Probably, I mean, it could structurally take it, it's just not the intent for side-by-sides. Yeah. It could be fun, but it's not the intent of the trails to take side-by-sides, yeah.
Whether or not the road could actually, or the trail could actually absorb it is not the question, but what can it accommodate,
Yeah,
what
we
is
wouldn't-
allowed on it, I
We
suppose.
wouldn't allow side-by-sides, no.
I think that's important for our public to
Unless it was a
understand,
mobility
right?
device, that it could be accepted.
Is that going to determine your vote on whether we accept it or not?
I just want to make sure, you know, are motorcycles, trail bikes, that type, you know, motorized trail bikes, are they allowed on it?
Tom Delaire for the record. No, usually these are not motorized vehicles, as in gas motor type stuff. You have the electric bikes, which is causing some controversy in the industry, but some of those get up to go pretty fast, but it's usually more slow vehicles and pedal assist or electric assist type stuff that you would see on these trails.
Okay, thank you.
I think you answered my question. I was going to ask that. We don't have any definition or preclusion to e-bikes or anything in code at the moment, right?
Yeah, no, not that I'm aware of yet, not yet.
Title 20 is coming up though, so.
Well, I'll just say that parents need to be aware, because yesterday when I went to Wind Down Wednesday, I just about hit 2 kids on e-bikes that didn't know how to operate a stop sign, and they leaped so fast. Yeah, it was like, wow. So I was on my way there. And it's wind down, not wine.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much for those explanations. This is for possible action. So if there's no other questions from the board, we'll go to public comment. Is there any public comment on item 13.3? Okay. Oh, there we go.
Jim Jackson. This is where you get in trouble. What's the definition on what can be on these? You have none. So when somebody takes a side-by-side down it, how can you do anything about it? All these different things that we've been listening to today, individual things need definitions. Without definitions, anybody can take advantage of it. So I think in the process of all these things that you do, you need to put the definition in this is what can go, this is what can't go. And that will save you down the road when somebody comes in and wants to complain, because I wasn't told that I couldn't be on there with a side-by-side. I wasn't told that I couldn't have an e-bike on there, everything. It's to save your backsides if you put definitions in. Thank you.
Is there any additional public comment? Okay, sensing no other additional public comment, we'll bring it back to the board. You know, and what Mr. Jackson says is fairly accurate. I mean, I know that when they were building the multimodal trail down 395 Carson Street through Carson City, you know, they had that trail, and before they put barriers there, a car drove on there. I saw it, you know, and that wasn't designed for cars. So so that's something our community, we need to take a look at, I would suggest, as we go through this. But this is just getting the easement. We haven't created the trail, but we're going to need to address that, I think. Commissioner Tarkanian, you want to offer
Next time you tell me I go off this calendar, or oh my goodness. Okay. All right, I'm going to make a motion to accept the public multimodal trail easement as presented and authorize the county engineer to execute any additional documents as necessary to cause the easement to be recorded.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Tarkanian, seconded by Commissioner Tolbert to accept the public multimodal trail easement as presented. Any further discussion? Sensing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Do we see Mr. Rice up there? I don't see him, so we'll go 4-0-0 on that. Thank you. As I indicated earlier, this board serves as the redevelopment agency as well. So at this time, item 14 is we will recess as the Board of County Commissioners and convene as the Douglas County Redevelopment Agency. And we will go into item 15, community services. There's Mr. Rice. Okay. Item 15, I'll read that into the record. For possible action, discussion to approve a finding that the Genoa Vista Trail Extension Project meets the goals and purposes of the redevelopment area number 1 plan and the required findings under NRS Chapter 279.486 and approve $190,000 in funding from redevelopment area number 1 account interest income to be used as a grant match for construction of the Genoa Vista Multimodal Trail Extension Project, being presented by our Community Service Director, Ms. Brooke Adey.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to present this. I'm Brooke Adey. I'm the Community Services Director. I have before you a request to use the Redevelopment Agency interest funds that have been accumulating for a total of $190,000 as grant match for this Wally's Trail. So in the 2023, Mindy Stewart Haskell, she is with the Wally's Resort, had reached out to say, we would like to provide the county with an easement to continue the Genoa Vista Trail. The trail is very popular at the Wally's Resort, getting people into the town of Genoa, and they would like to see it extend all the way behind the Wally's Resort. So we worked together with the help of Jeremy Hutchings, our county engineer, to secure the easement. It was an easement that they granted at $0. And then in the 2024 Trails Master Plan, this trail was identified as one of the priority trails that we would like to see funded. This past December 2025, the state of Nevada Office of Outdoor Recreation released a grant opportunity. It's a $10 million grant for statewide. It's called the Conserve Nevada Grant to help fund outdoor recreation programs. One of the priorities in that grant application is to fund either design or construction of new trails. So we went back and we looked at all of the easements that we have and the trail projects that we have, and we decided that this is the project that is the most shovel ready for a grant opportunity like this. So we moved forward with our grant application. The grant application does require a 10% match. There is no funding available within the room tax to fund this match. So if we are unable to secure the funds that we are asking for, we will go back to the state of Nevada and we will withdraw our grant application. So the total grant ask, so what we're looking to do, it's 2,600 feet of trail that extends along the east side of Wally's Resort. The estimated project cost is about $1.6 million. So we already have about 60% of the design complete, and we are working on the environmental piece that is in progress. So those aspects are included with the construction of this project. So looking at the documents attached, this red line shows where the Genoa Vista Trail already is. And this will demonstrate, I'm going to go all the way to the bottom because I think it's the best picture that shows where the trail will go. So the trail will start on this side of Wally's and it will wrap all the way around behind it and it will come out at the other end of the parking lot. So I'm going to move it up. So you can see where Wally's is right here, where some of the buildings are and the hot springs are over here. And so it goes all the way through here and it goes along the, what it is called, the Bliss. I want to make sure I have the correct name. Brockless, thank you, the Brockless Slough. And goes all the way around here.
I only knew that because I was reading it, so
There, Brockless Slough, there it is. And extends all the way around to the other side. So that is the project that we are looking to move forward with, and I'm happy to take any questions at this time.
Commissioners? Questions?
First, I'd like to recognize that fund with that match is really good, a good find, especially with only a 10%. Typically, it's 20, so this was a good one to do. Plus, this is money that came off of the interest that's been dedicated to the road Vista Grande, which hasn't been implemented yet, but they're now working on that. They are aware of this. I was up front with the owners up there, so they know exactly what this is and didn't have a problem with it when I spoke to them last. So just wanted to make sure that everybody understood where it was coming from. And again, just a 10% match to get a half-mile trail is a pretty good deal.
Brooke 80 Community Services Director. We did take this before the Town of Genoa Board on April 1st, and they unanimously supported the use of the funds for this project as part of a recommendation to you all.
Thank you. Any other questions? Commissioner Rice, are you online again? Any questions? I don't see anything. Okay. This is for possible action, so we will go to public comment on this.
Jim Jackson. I might have misheard, but was it said that the funds from the room tax were not available for this? Or didn't have them, didn't have enough of them? I didn't know if I understood that right or wrong. The other question I would have is, this is going around Wally's. If that's correct, is Wally's going to help pay for any of it, if it's going to benefit them? That would be my first question, to say if a business is going to benefit from something we're putting in and we're spending some money, shouldn't they spend some also to benefit their own business? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional questions from the public or any additional public comment? Okay, I'm not seeing any additional public comment, so we'll bring it back to the board. Once again, we're operating as a redevelopment agency. Ms. Adie, do you have an answer to that?
Yes, Brooke 80 Community Services Director. The easement was granted to the county at zero cost. So they donated the land to us to be able to extend the trail. And that is correct. There is no room tax that is available for a project like this at this time, which is why we're seeking some funding for the match.
Okay, so if no easement granted, no trail.
if no easement granted, no trail. Easement's already been approved by you all. It was brought before the board. But
You want to
yes.
go back and discuss that one, the easement granting?
Your turn. No, we did that before. I just wanted to make sure that Mr. Jackson knew that we had already approved the easement acceptance. Commissioner Turkini, do you have another question?
No, I was going to make a motion.
You were going to make a motion. I entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve a finding that the Genoa Vista Trail Extension Project meets the goals and purposes of the redevelopment area number 1 plan and the required findings under NRS Chapter 279.486 and approve $190,000 in funding from redevelopment area number 1 account, the interest income, to be used as a grant match for construction of the Genoa Vista Multi-Model Trail Extension Project.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Tarkanian, seconded by Commissioner Hales to approve item number 15, approval of the finding of the Genoa Vista Trail Extension Project as indicated in the document. So with that, since you no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Commissioner Hale, Commissioner Rice, are you online yet? Okay. Motion passes 4-0-0. Thank you. So that's done. Thank you, Ms. Sadie. And we will now, don't go anywhere, okay? Because now we have to take action by the board. So I will now adjourn as the Douglas County Redevelopment Agency and reconvene as the Board of County Commissioners and go into item 17 for possible action. Discussion to adopt the redevelopment agency's findings that the Genoa Vista Trail Extension Project meets the goals and purposes of redevelopment area number 1 plan and the required findings under NRS Chapter 279.486 and approve $190,000 in funding from redevelopment area number 1 account interest income to be used as a grant match for construction of the Genoa Vista Multimodal Trail Extension Project. Ms. Adie, Community Services Director.
Good afternoon, Brooke Adie, Community Services Director. The information that I have is the same that was just presented. Unless you guys have additional questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Any additional questions?
I don't have any additional questions, but I did look this up, and this trail is designated no motorized, no OHVs, and dogs on a leash, so there is guidance on this trail.
Okay, good to know. Any other observation, questions? Okay, this is for possible action. We'll go to public comment on this one. Seeing no public comment, we'll bring it back to the board, and I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we adopt the redevelopment agency's findings that the Genoa Vista Trail Extension Project meets the goals and purposes of the redevelopment area number 1 plan and the required findings under NRS Chapter 279.486 and approve $190,000 in funding from redevelopment area number 1 account interest income to be used as grant match for construction of the Genoa Vista Multimodal Trail Extension Project.
Motion by Commissioner Hale, seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian to approve item number 17, discussion to adopt the redevelopment agency's findings for the Genoa Vista Trail Extension Project as stated. Since no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Did you guys vote yes? Yep, okay. I
We were
didn't hear
just conferring to make sure we didn't make the exact same motion twice in 2 different agendas.
it. Okay,
We did not.
okay, good. Commissioner Rice, are you on? Okay, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Did I do that already?
Aye, yeah, we did.
Okay, 4-0-0. Okay, thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much. We should know probably about June whether or not we've been awarded the grant.
Although that's pretty. Okay, we'll go to item number, where are we at? Item number 18-1 for possible action. Discussion to approve a $531,568 professional services contract with Tate Snyder Kimsey Architects Limited, TSK, for reprogramming and renovation schematic design to the existing Judicial Law Enforcement Center, more commonly known as the JLEC Center, and authorize the county manager to execute the contract. This is being brought forward by Mr. Scott McCullough, our project manager. And this has nothing to do with the current building of the Justice Center. I want to make sure that people understand there's a difference here.
Correct.
So,
Thank you, Chairman, members of the board. Scott McCullough, Douglas County. Today we bring for you the consideration of this design contract for the JLEC building. As Chairman Gardner stated, this has nothing to do with the new building other than this will be the remodel of the spaces vacated by the folks going to the new Justice Center. You see it broken out in two separate phases of this contract. One for review of the program services. This is really an update of the plan that we assessed in 2015, which is included in the packet for the master plan or the space needs assessment for the building. A lot has changed in the 11 years, so the first task of order will be to see how accurate that is and redo that. We know it's different because we have other departments staying in the building. We have remodeled the sheriff's office or records already, so there's going to be some modifications to those studies done 10 years ago. And the second portion of this is on the schematic level. It's our intent to deliver this project as another CMAR project. The basis of a CMAR project is bringing a scope, for an RFP, to include in an RFP, for soliciting CMAR contractors. So to have your schematic level done at that time just accelerates the project and makes the project even that much more seamless. Again, TSK is the architect because they have started the programming and did the study in 2015, but started the initial studies with Judge Perkins and myself back in 2014. So they've been along the whole way, and there's no other better qualified designer than TSK in regards to the existing JLEC. I mean, they spent a good part of 10 years studying that building, looking for solutions before we came up with the new Justice Center project. So nobody knows it better than they do, and that's why they're the most qualified for the work. The cost is appropriate based on the two separate items for schematic design on a $15 million budget, and same with the programming services. We have Kevin Kemner from TSK also here to answer any questions. And with that, I turn it back to the board.
and our COO has something to say. Add.
Kathy Lewis, for the record. To add just a couple comments to Scott's introduction, the product we expect to receive at the end will give us the opportunity to phase in the construction of the remodel of the JLEC building. We do not have funding identified right now to remodel the JLEC, but we would like to have a plan so we are ready when we have funding. And in addition, before my time, it was anticipated that we would need this type of study and work done on the JLEC building for the remodel, and money has been set aside and put into extraordinary maintenance for this specific purpose.
Okay, with that, commissioners, questions? Commissioner Rice? You're not on? Okay. And I don't have any questions either. So this is for possible action. We'll open this up for public comment at this time. Okay, I don't see any public comment. So anyways, we'll bring it back to the board. And if there's no other questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I recommend we approve a $531,568 professional services contract with TSK for reprogramming and renovation schematic design of the existing Judicial Law Enforcement Center as presented, and authorize the county manager to execute the contract.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Tolbert, seconded by Commissioner Hales to approve $531,568 professional services contract as stated. Since no other discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0-0. And now we'll go to item number 18-2 for possible action. We need a 5-minute break. Huh? Oh, okay. We're going to take a 5-minute break. So, action, discussion to accept the business impact statement pursuant to NRS 237.080 for Ordinance 2026-1670, an ordinance establishing a countywide stormwater utility by adding Appendix G, Stormwater Utility Service, to Title 20 of the Douglas County Code, and find that Ordinance 2026-1670 is not likely to impose a direct or significant economic burden upon a business, or directly restrict the formation, operation, or expansion of business. The board will also approve the objection process set forth within the business impact statement for any aggrieved business to object to the ordinance if adopted. This is being presented by our county manager, Jennifer Davidson, joined by Courtney Walker, our stormwater manager, right? Okay. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. As you mentioned with me here today, Ms. Courtney Walker, and then also Civil Deputy District Attorney Carrie Rosser is joining us online. Carrie, feel free to join in at any point. As you noted in the agenda, this was originally listed to be presented by our Assistant County Manager, Wendy Lang, who sends her regrets. She has been summoned for jury duty and is serving on a jury this afternoon. So I have the pleasure of presenting in her stead. I have a lot of notes, and normally when I present, I don't rely as heavily on notes, but because this is the work product of others, I want to make sure that I'm not missing the important steps that we need to take to create a good public record of this process and public hearing today. As you noted, Mr. Chairman, Ordinance 2026-1670 was introduced by the Douglas County Board of Commissioners on May 5th. As required by NRS 237, a business impact statement was prepared to determine if Ordinance 2026 will impose a direct and significant economic burden upon a business or directly restrict the formation, operation, or expansion of a business. A copy of that business impact statement is included in the packet. We sent out 1,500 mailings with a deadline for response from the business community. And just to clarify, because I know there's been some confusion regarding the mailings that were sent, because we, by the creation of the rate structure that we have established and are going to be bringing forward as part of this process, we created 2 categories of ratepayers: single-family residential and everyone else, not single-family residential. And so to cover our bases, those notices were sent out to every single entity or property, that falls within the category of not a single-family residential property, but everything else. So I know we've gotten quite a few questions on that. As of April 30th, we had received 49 responses to that business impact statement, and I believe some additional responses were also submitted after that deadline. As we've been receiving them, we are continuing to update the supplemental materials for this meeting, and we'll continue to add them as part of the public record for your consideration. I mentioned this is the statute that creates the need for a business impact statement notification process and public hearing, which we're undergoing today. There's quite a bit of history behind why the statute exists. And Carrie, I'm going to rely a little bit on you to jump in here if I don't word this quite properly. But it was the intent beginning, I believe, in the 1980s. The federal government recognized that at times government would create a new rule or law that would have an impact on business. And prior to passing that rule or law, government was not always good about soliciting input from the business community on the impact of those decisions. So really that's the reason why we solicit this feedback. We are creating a new utility in our county code with a specific framework and specific rules that will apply to the utility and a process by which the properties in the county will be evaluated so that the appropriate fee can be assessed. And we need to understand the burden that we are placing on the business community by creating this new rule. We also separately, after we pass this rule, will be undergoing the process to set the rates, which we're currently in the middle of. We will not adopt final rates until this board is ready to adopt those. We have introduced rates. We're doing those two processes concurrently, but really they truly are intended to be independent from each other. And the business community and our residents will still have an opportunity to weigh in on the impact of those rates. But we also need to discuss today the impact of the actual framework, I don't want to call it, I'm not going to call it that. The actual framework of the utility itself and the rules we're creating and establishing the impact of the same on our businesses. Carrie, did you have anything to add to that?
Thank you. And thank you, Chairman of the Board of Commissioners. This is Carrie Rosser for the record. I might be hidden somewhere behind a slideshow, but I appreciate that context. I think it captured the history and the purpose of the business impact statement, which does relate back to the federal government's process. And one other thing I wanted to highlight about that is that often when we create rules, they are designed in a way that may not be overly burdensome to a large business, but disproportionately burdensome to a small business, where the compliance cost ends up being a larger portion of the bottom line. And so that's one of the other aspects of this analysis that is part of our consideration as well. And that has a lot to do with the process of how a rule is imposed. And otherwise, I think that was a very thorough explanation. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rosser, for joining us today, and thank you for that explanation. So you have, okay, but as we go through this, we may have commissioners that ask questions. So
yes,
I believe Commissioner Hales.
So just to make sure I understand, the rule we're talking about here is the actual ordinance and not the specific numbers of the charges that would be assessed.
Thank you, Commissioner Hales, for your question. Yes, the rule that you were asked to look at to make a determination today whether or not it has a significant or disproportionate impact on the business community is the ordinance itself, the framework by which we are establishing this utility. I want to be really transparent with the commission and the public. We understand there will be a business impact of this ordinance. We understand there will also separately be an impact of the rates. What we're asking to determine as part of the process today is whether or not that impact is significant and would have a meaningful impact on the ability of the business to expand or deliver their services because it impacts their bottom line too much. So a finding by you today of no significant impact doesn't mean that there is no impact. And I want to reiterate that we heard loud and clear from the business community that in fact there will be an impact of this, and we're going to go through those responses today as part of this process. Did that answer your question, Commissioner Hales? Okay, great. All right. So we're going to start with the summary of the responses that we received. There were 3 reoccurring themes. And I originally said in my introduction that there were 49 responses. By the time we put together this presentation, we had received 53. There may be even more. Again, as we receive those, we will make sure to include those as part of the supplemental materials so that you may consider them as you proceed through this process. One of the reoccurring themes that we heard was concerns regarding high cost and the potential for uncapped fees, which may impede business development. As a result of that, as staff were receiving this feedback, we began the process to mail the business impact statements to the business community in early April. And as we were getting the feedback, We used that feedback to help us modify our rate proposal and the structure framework of this utility itself. And so, in fact, we are recommending, as we went through with you on the 5th, that there be a cap put in place on the total number of ESUs that would be assessed to the this other category of properties.
Just two quick questions. One is, what is the highest cap? What is the cap?
50 ESUs.
Which would be how much?
I believe it is. We're going to show that
Okay,
on a separate
that's
slide.
right.
I don't want to quote you the wrong
The more
number.
important question was,
Yes.
I think we've all received the different emails from the Star Group and the lead lawyer and Edgewood, which, a lot of this stuff made a lot of sense, but we're capping it. It's not going to be, when they got these surveys, was the cap in there or is it not in there?
It was not in there because
Okay.
we had not submitted the revised rate structure to the county commission
Okay.
for review.
That's what I want, because they make it seem like it's going to have this huge impact. So, and then the second thing is, there is a way they can appeal this and say it has a big impact, or we can take into consideration some of the things they're talking about, right?
Yes, there's a number of ways in which an entity can appeal. Additionally, going to point number 2, Commissioner Tarkanian, which I think answers or in large part addresses your question. Another significant concern of the business community, both at the lake and in the valley, is the amount of excuse me, I'm totally drawing a blank on how to say this. The amount of infrastructure they had to install on their properties to address stormwater concerns, and the impact of that initial investment on the business and their ability to expand in the future. And so we have considered that in a number of ways. First, I want to point out that when a member of the business community or anyone chooses to invest in this community, of course there are design criteria that they have to meet to address and mitigate stormwater impacts. That the infrastructure they are installing on their property mitigates some of the water, but not all. For example, in the valley, the design criteria requires projects to design to a 25-year storm, I believe. Up at the lake, I think it's closer to a 20-year storm, but TRPA has some additional requirements of development up of the lake. To mitigate the impacts on the business community, one of the recommendations that we brought forward is this idea of a credit, which has been built into the draft language of the ordinance, that would allow for us to consider on a property by property, or in the instance of the State Line Stormwater Management Association, on a basis of an organization, the impact of investment they have made on these properties that benefit the regional system, and to allow for a credit or offset of that. So we do believe that we have taken that feedback into account and addressed that in the draft language of the ordinance. Courtney, did you have anything additionally you wanted to add to that?
No, I don't think so, except for Courtney Walker, for the record. Just as Jen said, we did include some language in the ordinance that basically specifies certain parameters that you would have to meet in order to get a credit. And it is something, the things that are considered are kind of above and beyond of what other properties might have been required to do. And so we want to recognize that.
I don't want to belabor this because this is going to be a long deal, but just last question. The TRPA requirements that are imposed upon the different businesses at the lake that was in the email from somebody, one of the emails to us, are those taken into consideration that they're already having to pay for this type of mitigation? I think it was the lawyer who said it, and he made it sound like the county got that money. We don't get that money. It's the TRPA that probably gets that money, right? And does that mitigate what they're going to pay to us? That's it.
Thank you for your question. Courtney Walker, for the record. So there's a couple of things going on in order to do business at the lake. When you do your development, you have to pay into a mitigation fund account. And those funds stay with TRPA, and they receive applications for use of those funds for various purposes. And that's kind of like your one-time fee, your cost of developing at the lake. And then you also have to install, in some cases, your water quality improvements for your development. Those are what we consider to be one-time costs, and they're not they don't cover the costs of reporting this information and proving that what you're doing is adequate, and also showing that maintenance is occurring and doing those annual type of assessments. And so it's the ongoing costs that haven't been accounted for. Does that make sense?
Additionally, Jennifer Davison, County Manager for the record. Additionally, oftentimes these local improvements rely on the larger regional network in order to function properly. They tie into the regional network, which we would be maintaining and responsible for and have ongoing maintenance requirements. But in cases where, in fact, an organization or perhaps an individual property owner has made improvements that serve a regional benefit and really save the county dollars, a credit should be considered. And we are in ongoing conversations with STAR representatives regarding that to evaluate the significance of the improvements that they've installed, and we're including TRPA in those discussions. 2 and 3 were related, and I tied them together. But the 3 talks about the exemptions or credits for parcels with significant open space also. And again, to the extent that open space is maintained and it serves a regional benefit, we agree that an exemption or credit could be considered. And there is language in the ordinance that allows for us to make these determinations, and we intentionally set it up that way. I'm trying to see if there's anything else I need to add on this slide. I don't think so. Carrie, did you have anything to add?
Carrie Rosser, for the record, I do want to highlight just for the open space item that the way the recommendation from our consultant has come through is that the maintenance that Ms. Davidson was referring to would be for the ditch network, and Courtney may be able to speak more detailed about that, but for specific identified maintenance that we are aware of that does contribute to the regional system in a way that saves the utility actual cost.
Thank you, Ms. Rosser. All right, we're going to go to our next slide. This chart, you should be familiar with the style of this chart, but it's a little bit different in terms of the data it contains from what you've previously seen. So this is a chart that shows how parcels are impacted, and it shows the annual cost. The fee would impose a per parcel fee. For this reason, a single customer may get more than one bill. So for example, we have 2 Walmarts in Douglas County. They are going to get 2 separate bills, and their total bill amount is not depicted on this chart. This is a per parcel, not a per Walmart, how much amounts would be assessed. So what this chart shows is the frequency distribution by parcel. The majority of parcels will be assessed a fee of under $250. And then on the opposite end of that spectrum, and this is annually, and on the opposite end of that spectrum, the maximum amount is closer to $9,000, and we have about approximately 13 parcels in the county that would pay that amount. This is the example of the sample bills that should be familiar to you that you saw on the 5th. That shows the per parcel amount for single family, and then today we're talking specifically about the non-single family rate and the maximum amounts for each of those in the 3 categories. So everyone again would pay the base rate, all the businesses, and every non-single family parcel would pay the base rate. If they're not within a town or GID, they would also pay the local service area rate. And then the capital surcharge would apply to only those properties within the Runstrath, Fish Springs, East Valley, Airport, Johnson Lane, Topaz Lake, Tahoe Basin, and Alpine View Estates neighborhood areas. This is a pie chart that reflects the parcels that are impacted by distribution of size. And so as you see on the pie chart, approximately 42% of the total amount of parcels that are classified as non-single family residential, or 871 parcels would pay based on an assessment of 1 ESU. An additional 31%, or 650 parcels would pay based on 1.5 2.5 ESU. And then it goes down from there. I'm not going to belabor this conversation, but this shows you a large majority of the parcels would be actually assessed similar to our single-family residential parcels. We have quite a few smaller parcels and less on the larger side. Oh, I also wanted to mention when we look at whether or not there is a disproportionate impact on business, another thing we need to see is the total percent of the revenue collected business versus our single family, not business, excuse me, I have to stop saying business, single family residential category versus non-single family residential category. That distribution is 73% for single family residential and 27% for non-single family.
I'm sorry, give
You
me
ha-
those numbers again, that percentage. Is 73%, you said, are single-family residents? And
73
27%
Yes.
are, okay.
Correct.
Do you have any idea? You probably don't know how many of those are multifamily residential of the non-SFR.
I don't have that information available with me today, but we can get back to you with an answer to that. Okay. Again, this is a slide you should be familiar with. This is an example of sample bills. For purposes of non-single family residential, we will be assessing a measured rate based on impermeable surface. So you'll want to look at the bottom portion of this chart that shows that the 1 ESU, which is about 42% of the total ratepayers in the non-single family residential category, will be paying the same rate as the single family residential medium rate, which is 1 ESU as well, which is $580 per month for the base rate, $990 for the base and local service area rate, $1090 for the base rate and capital surcharge, or $15 a month for all three.
So that, on the measured rate there, Ms. Davidson, on the measured rate, the 1 ESU, in the single-family resident area, that's rated at 5,000 to 15,000 square feet. So are we using that same equation on the 1 ESU for the measured rate?
Correct, yes.
We are, okay. So a business that is somewhere between 5,000 and 15,000 square feet will be $580 a month, is that right?
Yes, I believe so. Yes, Courtney confirmed that. Thank you. Again, I think that's an important point, Commissioner Gardner, that you are making for the record. When we get into an analysis of disproportionate impact to business, it's important to note that we're using the same methodology and approach by creating an ESU for impervious surface. We're scaling the charge to business based on their proportionate share of impervious surface across the county. Okay. Effects. Adverse effects that we have heard and taken into account as part of our analysis is that businesses that own real property will be assessed an annual stormwater utility fee commensurate to the amount of impervious square footage on the property. Beneficial effects of the program is that it may reduce road closures, infrastructure damage, and keeping businesses accessible and hauling routes open. Our program may also reduce flood damage and risk to businesses, and we will improve water quality, which may attract customers to businesses, particularly those who rely on our lake to attract their customers. We will also be able to meet our regulatory requirements at the lake.
Ms. Davidson, I hate to do this, but I need to go back. I still had another question on that previous slide there. Okay.
Yes.
And just something that came to mind is a strip mall. Okay, that maybe have 5 businesses and they all share the same parking lot.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, how are we going to assess that? Are we going to assess the individual business or the strip mall owner, or how are we going to do that?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Gardner. So my simple answer to that question is that we will assess the parcel. So the owner of the parcel would be assessed the fee, and the fee is calculated based on the impervious improvements on the property. So there are instances where we have shopping centers that have multiple stores that are one parcel, and we have instances where we have shopping centers that are comprised of multiple parcels. The fee will be assessed to the parcel, and in the instance where there are multiple stores across multiple parcels, the parcel owner will be responsible for determining how to pass that fee along to their tenant, if in fact it's not themselves who's operating the business, and how to, calculate that. I think that answers your question. Let me know if you have
Well,
additional questions.
so case in point, and I was originally thinking about smaller parcels, but we own a movie theater that sits on a lot that we don't necessarily own the lot, I don't believe. There is a landowner there that owns the lot. So that's how are we going to assess ourselves?
That's a really good question, Commissioner Gardner. I'm not familiar with that title report, so I don't know where the parcel boundaries are. I do know that we pay common area maintenance fees. And so can I get back to you with an answer to that question? But I just will say that the same rules will apply to us as would others. Any parcel that the county owns, we would be assessed a proportionate fee based on the improvements we have on our parcels as well.
So we're not going to be exempt.
No.
Okay.
Okay. I believe I'm on this.
Although we are everybody in the county, so.
All right. Additional effects. The proposed ordinance provides imposition of a fee by resolution of the board. The estimated annual amount expected to be collected through this fee is $4.5 million total, as you are aware. The services that we will provide that are associated with this fee are the operating costs for the stormwater utility and the dedicated staff and heavy equipment to support that operation, eventual equipment replacement and asset replacement, preservation of critical lands, and the capital improvement projects that we have identified in our stormwater master plan, as well as those that Courtney additionally identified in terms of projects for the lake to meet our ongoing requirements for the TMDL regulations associated at the lake. Last slide. In conclusion, based on the information that we have considered and the feedback that we have received from our businesses and the impact statements that we sent out, it has been determined that this proposed ordinance does not impose a direct and significant economic burden upon business. And I want to be clear, staff understand that we are going to have an impact on business. But we are saying, and do believe a finding can be made, that the impact of this program is not direct or significant. And additionally, it does not directly restrict the formation, operation, or expansion of business across the county. We have included on this slide a recommended motion, and at this point, I would turn it over to Ms. Rosser to see if she has any closing remarks to add, and then we'd be happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you, Carrie Rosser, for the record. I don't have anything else to add at this time, but am interested in the questions.
So I have a couple. The first one is significant economic burden. That's a subjective necessarily, or is there a definition of what a significant burden is?
Carrie Rosser, for the record, there is not a definition in this particular statute. There are definitions in other contexts. I think most of them are pretty much in line with what you would typically associate with the word significant. Certainly, there's not a defined percentage that would necessarily be considered significant. So I would encourage a sort of holistic view of what that looks like in your determination of whether it seems to have a meaningful impact.
Okay, thanks. And then my other question is, of the responses that we received, a lot of them were saying that they would have a significant impact on, or they considered that it might, but they had a lot of questions because it was done before some of these implementations were added. Have we done any redirect of these people that sent these in to say, hey, now that we're imposing this, does this change your opinion?
Commissioner Tolbert, I can answer that question. We did receive quite a few phone calls in addition, and so we were able to discuss the proposed rate on those individual businesses and answer their questions about what their rate might be. And I would tell you, as a result of those conversations, we didn't change anyone's mind or their feedback about their belief that this would have a significant impact on them. What staff relied upon in my finding and having to sign the business impact statement, why I felt comfortable stating that I did not think that this was a significant impact or a disproportionate burden on business. I found this chart to be particularly helpful, which demonstrates the proportion of the rate that the business community would be paying, the large percentage of businesses that would be paying close to the same rate as a single family residential property. And that is approximately, based on this percentage, about 73% overall. The small percentage of properties that would be assessed the highest rate, I shouldn't say, yes, properties, I said that correctly. So this is by parcel, which is 2%. Only 2% of the total businesses would be assessed that highest rate. And what we know to be true of the operations of those businesses and the large scale of those businesses and the likely income that they receive. I don't know if you have anything additionally to add, Ms. Rosser, to my comments.
Yes, thank you, Carrie Rosser, for the record. I think another important aspect of the way the ordinance is written and another important factor in how this was considered is that the way the measured rates are calculated it's a formula that essentially multiplies their impervious surface, which is then equated to an ESU, right? So we're looking at how many typical single family residences could you fit on top of this business? And that's how we come up with their rate, right? So how many of those their impervious surface would fit into the impervious surface that the business has? And so by directly scaling the rate of a business to a single family residence, it requires that as long as the board always has in their mind that a rate for a single family residence is not overly burdensome, is not overly impactful to a single family residence, then as you scale that rate by multiples based on size, that it would not become disproportionate for a larger business as compared to a typical single family residence. And so although there might be larger numbers, the goal is to make sure that it's not disproportionately larger. There are certain expectations as building size grows, as pavement size grows in terms of cost. And so this cost would also scale with those sizes, but would not balloon just simply because it is a business as opposed to a single family residence.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. And then what about entities like churches and those that don't have necessarily a significant income, that this is going to be extra? How would you address those types of businesses like the school district also. So there, how would you address those that are necessarily on a specific fixed income, that now this is an additional fee?
So thank you, Commissioner Tolbert, for the question. The ordinance, the way it is drafted, allows for both exemptions and credits. With regard to the school district, because the school district would provide certain education related to stormwater, that helps the county achieve our obligations with federal regulations and sometimes grant requirements, which allows us to qualify for additional funding. So we have structured the ordinance in a way that the school district likely would get the benefit of an exemption because of the work that they're doing. And then any other entity who is also doing educational work that helps us achieve our objectives and saves the utility money and helps us meet our requirements could also come forward to be evaluated on the same structure. We are discussing the businesses, as we heard on the 5th, from the cemetery representatives, the cemetery board, garden cemetery board, the impact on their operating. And so we will make sure that when we bring forward the rates through either the credits, exemptions, or other rate criteria at the time of the final adoption of the rates, that we can account for that. Carrie, did you have anything additionally you wanted to add?
Carrie Rosser for the record. I think the only other thing I would want to highlight is that one of the opportunities for a credit that is included in the ordinance involves opportunities for the utility to enter into agreements with parcel owners, with third parties in the county to provide the type of service that you were just describing, where, for example, the churches might be able to provide some type of service that provides some meaningful impact to the utilities operation in order to achieve the utilities goals. And in those types of scenarios, a parcel owner could be entitled to a credit towards their fee, their service charge. And so we did receive a few responses from churches or other nonprofits, and that was one of the ways in which we attempted to address that concern, so that they were able to have some type of ability to control their fee in that way.
I understand the reasoning for why you're trying to get to the end result, but boy, you sure have a lot of gray area that is going to be hard for us to answer from residents. We're saying that school kids are going to be taught stormwater management, and that somehow when they get older, I assume, or maybe at their young age, they're going to somehow save the county money from the stormwater work?
Courtney Walker for the record. The school district has been for decades providing stormwater management, water quality, watershed type of education. They have Carson River work days. There's an organization called River Wranglers that goes into all the elementary and middle schools and high schools. They do some implementation projects like marking of storm drains. I've participated in them. I don't organize the events, but they've marked storm drains that say no dumping drains to river. We've talked with their maintenance staff, and they are not using fertilizer on their fields anymore for water quality purposes. And so there's a lot of efforts surrounding the school district. They also have a program called Trout in the Classroom, where they raise the trout and then they release them.
I'm all for that. I understand what you're saying, but and again, I understand the school district has no money. You're going to put them in a horrible position if you add them with all the different impervious land that they have. But how is that different than what we got from the email from the Edgewood guy? All the things that they're doing on their property to alleviate the runoff. They're a for-profit, make a lot more money. But I mean, you have to be able to answer these questions, or we have to be able to answer these questions.
So first, there is specific, we do receive a benefit for these educational pieces that the school district is doing. And in fact, I think it has an impact on our on the flood insurance rates for the county. There's so many components that save the county money. But let me speak to the question about the Edgewood property. If in fact the improvements that they have installed serve a regional benefit, not just mitigate localized draining, but have a legitimate regional benefit, then we should consider that for a credit similar to what we have done for the ag community. The ag community is not just getting credit for the water that they take on their property to sit passively on their property, and there is an impact from that water going on their property. They are getting credit for, or an exemption for, the drainage network that is part of our overall drainage network and the maintenance work and the dollars they spend to maintain that drainage network. So we are going to analyze what Edgewood has done and what regional benefits it serves, and they should be credited proportional to that.
How do you distinguish between what's a regional benefit to a property owner's benefit when it's going to be washed into Lake Mead and not Lake Mead? Yeah, that's a good one. Lake Tahoe. Lake Mead already has enough of it. They don't. It's not that clear. So we don't want the runoff into the Lake Tahoe because it hurts the water quality, and we have all those things that Megan Kelly talks about. That's a regional benefit. So every homeowner who helps stop that would be helping that regional benefit. I mean, you could extend it almost as far as you wanted to based upon how far you wanted to push the envelope.
Courtney Walker for the record. So a lot of improvements are done to benefit a specific property, not a regional type of system. And so while the requirement is to do things on your own private property, it doesn't handle every storm event that you'll ever see. So it's not because I did my BMPs, I never have a drop of water coming off my property. So I provided the regional benefit. It's more like in the example of Edgewood, are there upstream areas that are draining through their improvements where it's filtering that as well? Maybe that's more of a regional type of a benefit.
So when Edgewood, not Edgewater, there we go, that's Laughlin. I'm really screwing myself up today. Okay, so when Edgewood says, okay, they have all these measures in to make sure that the water that's coming through the impervious areas does not go into the lake. That's my understanding of what he was saying in his email. That's not a regional benefit because it started on his property. He has to show that it came up high, above him and then down and
Courtney Walker. Sorry, it's confusing. So they did some improvements on their property that upstream properties that drain into may also benefit, which could be considered regional. And we haven't had the in-depth conversations with them yet, so we don't know exactly how we're going to deal with that situation yet, but we are considering, you know.
I wasn't just talking about them specific, I'm using them as an example. How do you determine based upon, I mean, I would think every one of a homeowner that has taken steps that the TRPA has made them take steps to make sure there isn't a runoff into the lake is going to argue, well, there's water coming through my property and I've taken steps required by the TRPA to make sure that doesn't happen. I should be exempt. So how far are you going to make the exemption?
So,
forget Edgewood. It's going to be all these people.
So an individual property owner, that's their local drainage. Then when the water leaves their property, it's going to go into the regional system. It'll go into drop inlets and be conveyed to the lake somehow, maybe through one of our regional wet basins or a detention basin or something that the county is responsible for maintaining and inspecting annually. So that those are the regional systems. So once it leaves your private property, you did the local improvement and then it flows into the regional system.
Additionally, if I can just add, we're not saying these properties would be exempt. We're saying there would be a credit, and it would be our recommendation that we utilize a specific framework for this. And so we are working with FCS. FCS has helped other stormwater utilities establish a credit program. Credit programs are common, and so there are frameworks in place in other jurisdictions that could be applied here. And so we're looking at that and making sure that it's going to work in Douglas County as well. I will just say I want to be transparent and level set expectations. I would expect it would be very rare that the credit would be 100%, because it is likely these properties are also having an impact on the regional system and rely on the regional system in order to take water. And it's all interconnected. And likely they have been designed to a standard for a certain storm, and other storms are going to exceed that standard. And lake clarity at the lake is everyone's concern. So they're important considerations, but there will be a framework in place, and it'll be very clear.
So we're honing in on specific areas, but we may be losing sight of the bigger picture here, in my opinion. In that, so I would like to say that, and before I say anything, I see Commissioner Rice is back online. So Commissioner Rice, I want to give you an opportunity to speak if you have anything that you wish to share during this. I don't know how much of this you've been able to listen to.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, and I see your hand up too.
Yes. Well, don't ever try doing this on cell phone. It's really complicated. One of the main concerns that I had was that at the lake, many of your major properties belong to the Lake Tahoe Sewer Authority. I don't mean Sewer Authority, Wastewater Authority, and they pay big bucks into the Water Authority to make sure that their runoff is treated before it gets to the lake. I want to know, will they be getting any credit for that?
Is he talking about this?
And I just run out of signal again.
No, you're fine. Okay.
Hey Wes, it's Courtney Walker for the record. If you're are you referring to the Douglas County Lake Tahoe Sewer Authority?
No, I'm talking about the wastewater authority that Mr. Metcalf was running for years.
Oh, you are referring to the State Line Stormwater Association.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Right. Thank you, Commissioner Rice, for your question. So the structure of the ordinance would allow the county to consider entities or organizations that act like a homeowners association, that act like a town or GID, that collect a rate specifically to handle drainage for their area, and that would be the State Line Stormwater Management Association. And so we would say that the way that the ordinance is structured, they would not be subject to the local rate. They would be only subject to the base rate and the capital rate based on that analysis.
Thank you for that clarification. I haven't heard anybody talk about that yet.
No problem, sir.
Thank you. Additional questions, Commissioner Rice?
No, sir.
Okay. So here's, I guess, the point I wanted to make. So I've been a small business owner myself in my earlier days, much earlier, but anyways, we won't go there. But I am sensitive to this area and want to certainly ensure that there is no undue burden on a business. And so, regardless of the size, and so to me, the cap that we've established is extremely important. Okay, the question is we have to determine on an individual basis the meaning of significant, right? We have to come to terms with that on an individual basis. When I see that the or the measured rate of 580 versus and one ESU is 580 for a single family residence, that's very commensurate, right? That's equal. And so we have residents that indicate, well, I don't think I should pay a rate because I'm not affected. And yet you know, I would suggest on my property in TRE, I'm not affected either, unless I can't get out of my house to get to the store, to get my groceries, to get my medicines, to get my doctor's appointments, those kind of things, if I can't get to those businesses. Let's flip that coin over and make the same argument for a business, okay? They say, you know, why do I pay, you know, when, and I would suggest that they also benefit from this because this ability for us to collect stormwater and mitigate stormwater allows them to get customers into their businesses, to continue business, okay? So they don't have to shut down. And that's an important aspect, especially when I was in a small business. If I couldn't get customers onto my parking lot and through my business, I wasn't able to sell my product, okay? And I would suggest that most of our small businesses here in Douglas County are probably between that 5,000 and 15,000 square foot ESU, right? One ESU, 5 to 5,000 or 15,000 square feet, which is 580. When you break that down, that's 20 cents a day. 20 cents a day, okay? I probably lose 20 cents a day out of my pocket just walking around town. So, you know, maybe I need to start looking for pennies and dimes and nickels on the street, you know. But I just don't see that as a significant impact. I don't see it as a significant impact for a resident, and I don't see it as a significant impact for a business. And so, in the case of a Starbucks, they need to sell one more coffee a day. Or a month, right? It's $5.80 a month. One more coffee a month, okay? So anyways, that's kind of where I'm headed. I just wanted to ensure that we need to recognize that we want to be fair about this, and we want to ensure that everybody pays their fair share. But to me, the cap is a significant number, and I think we have addressed that several times by this board and by our presentations. So that's kind of where I'm headed. Anyways, Commissioner Hales.
I'm about to get technical, I think. We are talking about the ordinance without reference to the specific fees, right?
Thank you, Commissioner Hales, for the question. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager, for the record. Because of the way this process has unfolded, I don't know how you decouple those two things. We mentioned at the beginning of this hearing that the intent of the business impact statement is for you to evaluate the impact of putting in place this ordinance, this utility structure, and the rules we are establishing through the adoption of the ordinance. Ultimately, the adoption of the ordinance means in the future you will adopt a rate. But we will not do a business impact statement every single time we look at adjusting those rates. What triggers the business impact statement is the initial creation of the rules, the law. And that is what you are being asked to evaluate here. Does that answer your question?
It's a piece of it. The trouble I'm having is we asked for their public feedback, for their response, before they knew how much they were going to have to pay. That's what I'm hung up on.
It is common for utilities to be established by an ordinance first and rates to be set separately. We have done it concurrently here. There are, I think, more pros to doing it concurrently because it is more transparent. It will allow the businesses to continue to participate in the discussions relative to the impact of the rates. They will have 3 additional weeks between now and May 28th to comment on the impacts of those rates. And you will have all of that feedback as you consider what rates are appropriate to adopt for this utility. Making a finding of no significant impact today allows you to move forward with consideration of passing the ordinance also on the 28th. Passing the ordinance does not require you to pass a rate and to move forward with this utility. I hope that helps.
Ms. Davidson, this line here, approve the objection process set forth within the business impact statement for any aggrieved business to object to the ordinance. Does that give them the ability to object to or file a grievance in regards to the rate that they're specifically asked to support?
Carrie, do you want to answer that one?
Sure. Carrie Rosser for the record. So under the chapter of NRS that goes over the business impact statement, there is a requirement for the board to have in place, in cases where this comes up, a way for a business to object to the adoption of the rule. And the objections are procedural in nature. And so I think the way that I'm hearing your question is whether they can object to the exact fee that they've been charged, which would not be a part of that objection, but they would have the opportunity to object to parts of the process that if they had not been followed correctly.
Okay, so they can't object to this, the business impact statement, but they can call, or they can ask for an exemption or a waiver or to the exact fee that they are asked to pay. Is that right? There's that ability still, as I understand, in this process.
So that would be a separate process, as I'm understanding your question.
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
If I could speak. Doug Ritchie, the District Attorney's Office. Just to be clear, there's been a lot of reference to the rule itself. The ordinance, the proposed ordinance, allows people to, or impacted ratepayers, to go to the community development director to make an argument. Also, separately, during the rate setting process, there's a resolution which involves a public hearing, which people could come forward and say that the rates generally are unreasonable, or as to me specifically are unreasonable. And then, as I mentioned earlier, they could even go further and have a petition for judicial review if, after all those different steps, they felt they were still aggrieved and their case had not been heard. I hope, and that's what Carrie and I are talking about, separate, but that most of the discussion's been about impacts to individual ratepayers, prospective ratepayers, and that's the process that would be available to them in the future.
I'm just uncomfortable with a finding that we're not imposing a direct and significant economic burden upon a business when the business didn't know what the burden's going to be. And I see this kind of as a technical formality, that the ordinance itself, the framework, is okay, but the actual specific rates, we're not taking any action to find if they're a significant burden or not. In other words, I've read all 53 responses, and I'm telling you, some of them are telling me that they have a significant burden, and I don't want to vote on this as a way of saying to them, yeah, nope, I don't believe you. I hear them. I'm concerned about them. I almost wonder if we couldn't make the motion say, accept the business impact statement prepared for ordinance 2026-1670 without reference to specific rates as part of the motion, because then that makes abundantly clear that we're still working on rates. We heard you. We'll still work with you. But the framework of the ordinance itself seems to be have integrity.
If I may, that's exactly what you're doing, because the ordinance, the rule that you're adopting, doesn't actually have a rate schedule in it. It talks about a method to set the rates via resolution. But to your point, adopting this as drafted does exactly that. We're not opining as to whether these rates in the future will be reasonable. We're just saying this ordinance, this rule, without reference to any specific rate, doesn't seem to have any significant business impact. And we're reserving judgment on whether the actual rates that come forward may or may not. Because, again, for the sake of argument, when the board considers the rate resolution, you could set it at $1. And I don't know of anybody that's going to say that's going to kill me. But But to answer your specific question, this business impact as to this rule that's being adopted, which provides a method to set rates in the future.
Which I like, because I want to say to the businesses, we hear you. We want to talk with you. We want you to keep learning more. We want to work with you. We're not ignoring you. Whereas just passing this as drafted, it says, yeah, there's no significant burden. And we don't even know that yet. They don't know that yet. Nobody knows exactly what each business is. As we've already said here, we're still working. So to me, if it's acceptable to add without reference to specific rates to the motion, then I'm much more comfortable.
Because I hear what you're saying, and that's why I was kind of asking about significant in the beginning, because what does that mean? Does that mean that it's not more significant than it is to the residents? You know, because now we're trying to keep it balanced and even. So you could say, no, it's not more, it's not a bigger impact to businesses than it is to private owners or residents. So that's I agree with you, and that's where I was wondering at the beginning with that word significant, because it's right, it's subjective, right? It's not objective. So that's where if we could have some way to say that states what we're trying to say, that overall the goal of this is not to have a significant economic burden, then yes, I think we all would agree that that's what we're trying to do. But to say that it isn't going to have one, right? Or is that a promise that we're going to make it so it's not a significant burden? I mean, that's kind of, I think it's the semantics of it, and it really comes down to where can you hang your hat on? You know, I'm always looking for that. Where can I say, yes, I agree, that's my 100%. So I think I don't know if you can help me with that, Mr. Ritchie, that would be awesome.
So I guess my question here, based on this conversation, is if we pass this motion today, and then we have a rate structure come back to us, and then we feel that is a significant economic burden, we can ask for that to be reduced or adjusted or amended. Is that right? And if the cap doesn't come back to us in what we feel is acceptable, we can adjust those things also, because that's when we're going to have to make that decision as whether or not it is a significant economic burden. Is that what I'm seeing here?
I just want to make sure, thank you, Commissioner Gardner, for the question. I just want to make sure that I'm clear. We're not going to do a separate business impact statement at the time we hear the rate resolution. If the board, based on the feedback you hear regarding the rates, are uncomfortable with passing the rates the way they are drafted, the rates can be modified. And you should take into consideration the feedback from the public when you adopt rates. So hopefully that answers your question.
I think it does, in stating it in a different manner, because I'm basing my judgments on whether or not there is a significant economic burden based on the proposed rates as we've seen them already. And I don't believe those rates necessarily create a significant economic burden. That would be my bar, okay? And the bar also being the cap. Okay, I think I've expressed that. But if somehow something came out, between now and in the end of the month, I suppose, when we're going to take another look at those rates, and they go, we made a mistake, the rates have to go up to here, well, then that might become a significant economic burden. You follow that logic? Yes. And at the same point in time, when we first started this proposal process, we were actually looking at more significant rates than what is being proposed now. So it's, to the benefit of our businesses and our single-family residents that we've actually been able to reduce those rates and still achieve that economic desire of that $4.5 million. So that's kind of where, and I think you've stated that, yes, we can we can say, oops, we made a mistake and maybe we need to reduce those rates and look at something else. I don't know.
So I want to know if it would check the box if we made the motion as recommended on page 1280 with the preface that goes something like, without reference to specific rates and with the understanding that we are still working on rates and want further interaction with businesses and residents.
Mr. Chair, may I jump in? Carrie Rosser for the record. I want to follow up on a couple of these questions that have come up. I think the way that Chairman Gardner phrased the perspective on this with respect to the rates that are currently under consideration probably at this phase makes the most sense, because I mentioned earlier with respect to the objection process that the board would be adopting as a part of this action item today. One basis for a business to object is if the board significantly underestimated the economic effect of the adopted rule. And so it does not seem at this point that the board is inclined to significantly upwardly adjust the rates that have been proposed this week. And so based on that, considering the current structure or a structure similar to the current structure would satisfy that checkbox of not significantly underestimating the economic impact of an adopted rule. At this phase, I don't know that it would make sense for the board to consider a rate that is not in any way related to what is under consideration through this separate process, if that makes sense.
No. Did it answer my question?
Well,
okay.
But perhaps in answer to the question, if there was a comfort level of referring to the rates as currently considered or something to that effect, if that provided any level of comfort.
Are you suggesting that as a prelude to the motion is adding those words at the beginning of considering the rates that are currently proposed, we accept the business impact statement as prepared? Is that acceptable language?
Did the businesses have the rates with the notice letter?
They did not.
They did not, no.
Okay, how about this? So I'm actually rereading the recommended motion. Right. Right, but I mean, getting the motion to somewhere where we could feel comfortable, right? So I'm looking at, if I could put it out there that because I am not willing to adopt a rate that I feel would impose a significant burden, I can say that this ordinance is not likely to impose that, right? Can I put that as part of my reasoning for approving that if I was going to approve it? Would that satisfy? Because you could put that clearly on the record. Because it says that this ordinance is not likely to impose a direct and significant economic burden. And we're the ones that have the guardian of that, right? So if I specifically state that I personally don't think it's going to have, I agree that it's not likely to, because I'm not going to approve a rate in the future that's going to direct a significant economic burden.
If I could make an observation, Chairman. Doug Ritchie, I think both Commissioner Hales and Commissioner Tolbert have the same idea. The rule itself doesn't have any rates in it. There's no resolution, there's no rate. And I think what Commissioner Tolbert is saying is that based on the rule, I don't have any problem with this, because I know that I'm going to be one of 5 votes that's going to set the rates, and the only rates that are being considered right now are, we have an idea of what they're going to be, and they're not offensive to me, at least. So I think think your preamble, Commissioner Hales, or the adding it to the end would work, Because by definition, the ordinance 2026-1670 doesn't set any rates. It doesn't impose any burdens. It sets a framework for imposing those rates, which, to Commissioner Tolbert's point, you're going to be setting.
I just like my additional language because it honors the public feedback and it honors the fact that we didn't give them the rates when we asked them to give us feedback. So it memorializes exactly what you told us.
Okay. Well, we're discussing motions now, and I think we need to go to, if that's where we are, then we need to go to public comment so that then we could come back and try to frame a motion that will address all of our issues here, right? If that's where we want to go with this. So, is that good with you? We're done with the presentation? Okay. So at this time, then we will go to public comment on item 18.2. Ordinance 2026-1670.
Robert Pullman for the record. I want to talk about the ordinance. When you start reading I'm a trustee, the properties at 1419 and 1421 South 395. The ordinance starts out very nice. It's with a summary and a preamble, none of which talks about property, land, sale, or easements, okay? When you get into the actual document, I'm a little confused. Under definitions, it says enterprise. I expect it to define what an enterprise fund is, but it doesn't. It just talks about the county furnishing drainage system, but then it goes into including easements and what. Then when we get into the scope of the utility, I really am adamant to take a word out. It's called acquiring. It's an interesting word, acquiring. Acquiring how? As far as I'm concerned, only the county itself can acquire. You acquire roads, and you acquire things that maybe a developer built for you, like a water system, or even drilling a well for you, okay? So I have to really ask the direct question, because I've heard all these different words for 3 days now. Does the county want to buy property or easements using fees that are brought in by this utility? And if the answer is yes, then you're deceiving the public by the way you have written this information. So I really want to know, is there any intent to spend any monies from this fee to buy land or easements?
Thank you, Mr. Pullman.
Jim Jackson. This is where you guys earn your money. I'd be very careful about using the term no significant impact. I'd like to take you back a few years to where that term was used and you saw the reaction of the public. It's a very dangerous term to use. Everything that impacts a business is significant. I was a business owner myself. It was a fair-sized business. Anything that impacted that could have put me out of business any day, and it didn't. So when you're looking at what impacts a business, you have to be very careful. Talk to the businesses, let them know. I've also heard another solution to this whole program. Put it to a vote of the people. Well, normally I would agree with that. But if you put this to the vote of the people, it would be voted no, because it's complicated. And if it's voted no, all of a sudden all your stormwater programs go away because you have no money for them. Then what happens when the first big flood comes by? Well, county, you didn't do anything to help us, so we're going to sue you. So I think you have to make this decision. I don't think this is one that, yeah, it would be nice to put it before all of us and let us all vote on it, but we're going to be real short-sighted and vote strictly on how it affects us money-wise. So it'd be voted down. And the ramifications of that, I think, would be extremely severe. So you have to earn your money on this one. I don't know what to tell you to do with it, because to me it is extremely complicated. The rate structure is complicated. The definitions of things in it are not totally there to be brought up in the future. You guys will be setting the rates. You'll be setting them every year, or whatever your time frame is on how often they can be changed. It's like a utility. You want to up the water rates, you up the water rates. Put it out in front of the public at that point, and we give you our 2 cents worth. So it's a tough decision to make, but I think it's one that you're going to have to make. And I think the utility needs to be in place. I don't know exactly how it's going to affect me, but it's going to in one way or another. I live on a fixed income now. But it's something that the county needs to do because the valley needs it, and the valley will be flooded again if these things aren't taken care of. But do be careful on using the term no significant impact. We've heard that one before, and it's a dangerous one to use.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Good afternoon, Charles Heffernan and Johnson Lane. I don't know if this is the right time to bring this up, but the ordinance was part of the staff report. I think this is really just approving the business statement, but I do have a couple of comments on the ordinance itself. Under impervious surface, it says it means hard surfaced areas that through human intervention, etc. And then it says parking lot or storage areas and gravel or hard packed dirt. So if I'm going to challenge this, I have a lot of xeriscape on my property, which is encouraged so they don't use the water for grass and all that stuff. So, but you don't get runoff from gravel. You don't get runoff from xeriscape. So I guess I'm going to have to be appealing that and arguing with staff whether it's hard packed soil or if it's just regular soil. It just seems like there's got to be a better way to do that. The other thing that's curious to me, and maybe there's been an explanation, but I didn't find it in the ordinance. It excludes, the categories that are excluded are undeveloped parcels, agricultural contributors, and school contributors. And schools, I mean, we turned ourselves into a pretzel on how to exclude them. Just exclude them. Don't make, the comments about all the education anyway. But that's just a little. What about any of the county buildings, the fire department buildings, parcels, the sheriff's, and all the parks? Are those all going to be included? I think are we going to tax those? And then we're going to pay it anyway. So I think that maybe we should add county facilities in here as well, including parks and all the other stuff. So anyway, unless it's in here and I just didn't see it. So thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment? Seeing no additional public comment and no additional, okay, I'll bring it back to the board.
Can I ask a question? This is a statute requirement, is that correct?
Thank you, Commissioner Tarkanian, for the question. Jennifer Davidson for the record. Yes.
What concerns me is, it's what Commissioner Tolbert had stated earlier, is almost anything is going to have a direct and significant impact to the business owner themselves the way they feel it. Unless they're just making so much money, it's not going to have. But vast majority of business people are going to feel that this is a significant impact to them. The language is bad. So anytime somebody does something like this, they have to they have to get a board to vote on saying, okay, the trophy place down on 395 that's barely making it, that provides the trophies to all the different kids in town, they feel it's a significant impact, we have to tell them, no, it isn't, or we can't pass a stormwater utility easement, which is absolutely necessary in this county.
So, Commissioner,
May I?
I want to be clear. You don't have to make a finding of no significant impact in order to pass this ordinance. And it sounded like Ms. Rosser wanted to say something. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Carrie Rosser for the record. I was just going to say the same thing. I appreciate the question very much because I had just written myself a note to bring up this topic as well. As Ms. Davidson said, there is not an obligation for the board to find that there is no significant impact. There are further assignments for you if you find that there is a significant impact. And so we would put this on a future agenda for you to consider these. And to the extent it's helpful, I can list those for you here. You would be considering ways to simplify the proposed rule, establishing different standards of compliance for a business, or modifying a fee or fine set forth in the rule so that a business is authorized to pay a lower fee or fine. And so those would be the things that the board would consider at a future date if that was the board's finding.
See, Carrie, the problem I have with that is it isn't so much, in my opinion, this has got to be a little bit complicated, or you're not going to get something that's fair across the board, which is what people are trying to do. So it's not so much that the fee's too high here or how it's applied. It affects different businesses different ways. It's going to affect some businesses that are barely making it much more than one that's doing really well. And that's where I was coming from. Is there any way around that one for us, Carrie?
Sorry, I'm not sure if the question is, I mean, the way the statute is written, I don't disagree. It is not completely clear. That's why we started with the purpose of the rule in the beginning. I think it's difficult to apply it in different circumstances. I can see the board struggle on this one because, as Ms. Davidson explained, we are not saying that there is no impact by this rule. As Mr. Ritchie said, if we focus on the structure of this rule, the way the rule, and again, the rule is the ordinance, the way that is structured is designed to ensure proportionality so that, for example, it doesn't say that businesses have to come in at some interval that is different than single family residents to pay their bill that is overly burdensome, or it doesn't base the bill on something unrelated either to stormwater or to business size. And so as a result of that, it might be unduly burdensome for a business. But
we're trying to explain the bill, and it's not that, it's the same bill that we're hoping to get to be very fair and evenly applied will have a significant impact on some businesses and will not on maybe most of the other ones. And that's the problem. And for us to have to vote now and say no, I assume it means not impose a significant impact on any businesses, right? It's not going to be on most of them. Anyways, I don't think there's a way around it. I just threw it out there, and that was, anyways, wasted our time. I'm sorry.
For what it's,
I think it's important that we all get our questions answered. So please.
thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Jennifer Davidson, for the record. For what it's worth, I think the intent of the statute is for you to do exactly what you've done at a public hearing, which is to discuss and evaluate the impact on business, the extent of that impact, to consider how we have revised the ordinance to reflect the feedback from the business community, to account for to the greatest extent possible, how that impact might be mitigated. And another thing that I considered in making a determination that there was no significant impact was because I looked at the flip side, if there were, and the additional steps we would be required to undertake that Carrie just explained to you, Ms. Rosser, excuse me, just explained to you. And I didn't think that there were any further mitigations that we could possibly fold into this ordinance that would make it any less of an impact or burden. I think the last piece of the work that this board has to do is set these rates. And we will undergo a significant public hearing process and will continue to solicit feedback from the business community to before we adopt any rates. And I am grateful for the input and the level of public engagement we have received so far. And I have heard members of this community say that they do feel like their feedback to you has been reflected in the revised rates to date. So I think this process needs to continue. And this is another step along the way. And this process was very necessary. And I thank you for your deliberation on the record today. It helps us create a very good record. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Davidson, Mr. Pullman asked a question in regards to the acquisition of critical lands. Is that a stormwater utility acquisition, or is that a county acquisition? Or, as I understand it, we own the stormwater utility, therefore it would be a county. I mean, any acquisition by the stormwater utility would still have to come to us for approval, and therefore it would be a county acquisition. Am I mistaken on that?
I don't see the distinction. So I'm looking at legal counsel to see. The utility and the county are the same entity, so I don't know how to answer the question exactly.
If I may, Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. I actually interpreted Mr. Pullman's question separately. Is the board going to use these funds to acquire land? That was the question. And the answer is yes, for building detention basins, for taking land that would otherwise be developed and take it out of development so water could go there, and it'd be a place for floodwaters to go during an event. So the short answer is yes. You
have no samples of buying land, what the costs are. You're just receiving. You did a very good job when you have a process. The actual building of it is not the problem. It's buying the property.
Okay.
So-
I think our county, Mr. Pullman, I believe our county manager and our county chief deputy district attorney can answer those questions for you offline without pursuing this, right? So, okay. I would ask you to visit with them individually, and you could figure that out. Thank you. Oh, where are we? Where do we want to go here, folks? Public comment, we closed that already because we come back to the board already and just discussing this.
So if we go, just read through the ordinance and just skip that first part for likely to impose a burden, right? Not an impact, right? A burden. So just skip that part. And then would doing this directly restrict the formation of a business? I don't think necessarily it would. Would it restrict operation of a business? I don't think necessarily it would. And would it restrict the expansion of a business? So if you look at those and figure if those are certain criterias of what we're trying to accomplish, and again, I revert back to what I was thinking before, is that when we do the specific rate setting, we're going to ensure that we're not imposing that burden, and if there is one, they will bring that forward. And the results, as the deputy attorney mentioned, if we say that it doesn't, that we don't agree, we're already including some of the solutions that we'd have to do if we say this doesn't work. So we're already including some of the fixes in what we're already proposing. So after rereading that, I feel like I'm okay, and especially if you want to add, I wouldn't have objection to that.
I can offer a motion with the language. I mean, if you want to make a motion without my language, you can go ahead, or I won't vote for it, or I'll make a language with my motion.
Go ahead.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. I feel comfortable now with the statements I made where we're at. So, yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
Mr. Chairman, before Commissioner Hales makes her motion, can we also get confirmation from Ms. Rosser as to whether or not Ms. Hales' proposed motion would meet the requirements of today's public hearing after she makes her motion? Thank you.
I move that without reference to specific rates and with the understanding that we are still working on rates and want further interaction with businesses and residents, we accept the business impact statement prepared for Ordinance 2026-1670. Find that Ordinance 2026-1670 is not likely to impose a direct and significant economic burden upon a business or directly restrict the formation, operation, or expansion of business, and approve the objection process set forth within the business impact statement for any aggrieved business to object to the ordinance.
Second.
Okay, I'll second.
And this is Carrie Rosser for the record. Is this the time when you would like for me to weigh in on this?
Yes, it is.
Is this okay? Okay. Thank you. I am thinking about it. I agree with what Ms. Davidson said earlier about the conversation being actually as important as the motion on this topic. And both staff in the process of preparing the business impact statement that was attached, as well as the board now in this venue, have gone to considerable lengths to think about individual businesses as a whole, the ways that this would impact differently situated businesses, different size businesses, without regard to any specific rate, but with regard to a rate structure that has been considered with some minor variations by the board. And so those conversations, together with the way that that motion is phrased, do tend to reflect that the board has thought about impacts that we expect to see moving forward. So unless Mr. Ritchie has some other thoughts on this, which I would encourage him to share if he does, I am comfortable with the way that this has unfolded.
Okay. Thank you very much for that legal opinion. That's important to have on the record also. So, Michelle, you clerk has that in the record correctly? Okay. So, because I'm not going to try to restate that. We have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Hales, seconded by Commissioner Tolbert, to approve the recommended, or the as stated by Commissioner Hales, right? As stated by Commissioner Hales. Okay. Any further discussion on that? Commissioner Rice, I don't want to forget you there. Okay, we've lost him again. So, okay, then we'll go to a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 4-0. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
This has been a very robust discussion, a very important discussion for us. Yes, so thank you for your time. I always want to make sure that we get these things completely aired and everybody has an opportunity to speak. So, okay, we will then go to item 18.3 for possible action discussion to enter a memorandum of understanding to encourage and facilitate cooperation between the National Association of Counties, the Nevada Association of Counties, and the Douglas County for Douglas County to host the Western Interstate Region 2027 Conference in Douglas County. This is being brought forward by myself, and what I will mention to that is that we discussed this. This was brought forward about a month ago, maybe a little bit longer than that. And there was some troubling, or there was some unclear language, I would suppose, in that memorandum of understanding. I subsequently, we tabled that. I asked Commissioner Hales to review that document and change the language that was misunderstanding or at least ambiguous to better clarify what our role would be. And so that's what we're bringing back forward today to take a look at entering into. So I'll try to answer any other questions the commissioners have. Otherwise, if you have any questions, we'll go to public comment. Otherwise, Commissioner Hales, did your...
Yeah, every place that I thought it could be interpreted to mean that we actually had to pay some money, I changed so that it said we have an obligation to solicit funds, donations. But I don't see in here any obligation on our part to spend any money.
There's no money allocated in the budget either. Okay, so yeah. That's the overall goal here, okay? We will assist them in acquiring sponsors. If there's no other questions, we'll go to public comment on this, because it is a possible action item. Is there any public comment on this? Mr. Rice, is he not on? Okay. Since there's no public comment, we'll bring it back to the board, and I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I recommend the approval of the memorandum of understanding to encourage and facilitate cooperation between the Nevada National Association of Counties, the Nevada Association of Counties, and Douglas County for Douglas County to host the Western Interstate Region 2027 Conference in Douglas County, Nevada.
Motion by Commissioner Tolbert, seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian to approve the proposed memorandum of understanding with the, as stated. Any other discussion? Sensing no other discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0. Okay.
I do
We
have
will-
one comment. Okay. I think it is a very good thing you are bringing people to our county, and you are, Commissioner Gardner, and you are working diligently to engage our partners in tourism, and it's going to be a win-win. And I really appreciate your hard work, and I also appreciate the protection that we have now that it's clarified we don't have any financial obligation.
I am as well, okay? So, yes, I wanted to make sure that our public understood that, and the board understood that, and our staff understood that. No, zero tax dollars, no dollars out of our pockets, so. Okay, with that, we'll go to 18.4 for presentation only, announcements, reports, updates from county commission members, including updates on various boards and or commissions that they may be a member of or a liaison to, or any other meetings, functions they have attended, and any requests by a commissioner for discussion of a future agenda item. I don't see Commissioner Rice on there again, so we'll start down at the end and come.
As is my policy, if it's after 4 p.m., I waive any comment on this agenda item until the next meeting.
Ditto.
No updates.
Very good. The only update I really have is that our previous Chief Executive Officer of the Nevada Association of Counties did resign, take a position with the state. He is now the Director of Conservation and Natural Resources, replacing a previous James Settlemeyer, a local resident here, obviously, running for Congress. And so we wish them both the best of luck in their endeavors. But in that regard, the NACO organization, Nevada Association of Counties, has opened up that recruitment process. That process is on our NACO website, and we will be closing the application process on June 25th with the selection committee or the recruitment committee, and then it'll come to the selection committee. So 2 separate committees. So a group of 5 commissioners are looking at getting applications in, and then they'll send their recommendations to the executive committee for trying to select an individual. So anyways, that's the process going forward right now. That's all I have to report today. So with that, we'll go to item number 19, and that is closing public comment.
I like closing the bar. Jim Jackson. Today has been a rather long day, significant day, rather difficult day on a lot of the stuff that was brought up. But again, I would like to offer our sincere thank you for your efforts on removing the trucks off of East Valley and Fremont. To a lot of people, it may not be a big deal. To us, it is an extremely big deal. It is going to take a large step to improving our lifestyles. We need more. We're not going to give up at this point. We're going to keep asking for more. But this was a big step, and we do appreciate it. I will not be here when you actually take the vote. I will hear about it, and if you don't vote for it, I'll be back. On another topic, at listening to all the discussions today, one of the things that came to the surface was definitions and the lack of them. I'm going to give you a little bit of my experience, and it might help. When I worked at Disney, we had to make presentations to movie stars, to presidents of divisions, to CEOs of the whole corporation. And my staff, I always gave them the direction, anticipate what the jerk's going to ask you. Because they will ask you something to get you, or they're going to be a serious question. So anticipate that and put it in the presentation before they ask you, and you will eliminate 80% of the problems. There's always going to be the one idiot out there that's going to ask you a question that gets you. But if you do that, if you really look at the presentation and signal in on those areas that people are going to be questioning you about that we don't know about, and that's usually the definition of terms or anything that requires some kind of definition, you're going to save yourself a lot of time and a lot of effort and a lot of bad publicity. That would be my advice. It saved my backside many times when I was making a presentation to the president of my division, and he was a real jerk. So, but again, I want to thank you for all the efforts that you've put into removing the trucks. In my speech earlier, I mentioned that it will be wonderful if it's enforced. I didn't think I got some good looks. There might have been a couple of dirty ones from over in this corner, but who knows? But that is going to be an important thing, that it is going to be enforced. Without that, it is going to be meaningless. So thank you again, and good luck.
Thank you. Where are you going on vacation? No, where?
Robert Pullman, for the record. Again, I say you're deceiving the public. When you went out and had a study done, there's absolutely nothing in that study about the cost of land or how much an easement would cost. And the way things are written, it is vague. It doesn't come right out and say things. So I don't know that people really know what the real cost is of doing a project. You have a project on the list for $14 million, I believe, or I forget the number now, where even today you approved $100,000 to design the basin, but you paid for that basin out of other money. You didn't wait until you had a utility district in order to buy the property, and then it's all right to have the utility district now, when you're finished designing it, to dig it out and maintain it. But that's, buying property is a very elusive subject. It's whatever the person can think it's worth. I mean, on Tuesday, it was stated, gee, the floodplain's 3 miles wide in areas. Are you going to try to buy up 3 miles wide of floodplain? And then nobody has written any policy of how to, if you're going to buy it, how you're going to maintain areas that you're not going to build a structure on, and how you pay to maintain that. There's no words in there at all about that, but you can go and buy it. I know that there was discussions about being able to buy land, buying easements in that with sales tax money, but then they said, well, you're not going to generate enough to do it, so why would this generate enough money to do it?
Thank you, Mr. Pullman. Is there any additional public comment? So before you leave, what I would indicate is in the past, when we've acquired property, we have had to go out and establish a fair market value for that property, and that's what we've had to pay. Then that would have to come back to this board for determination as to whether or not we felt that was appropriate and whether or not that was achievable. And that's a decision we don't have in front of us right now, so we can't make those decisions or understandings. So we haven't identified any particular parcels. We haven't gone out to do an appraisal, nor have we been able to, and certainly nothing's before this board to try to make a decision. So anyways, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
You're going to take all the easements that have been bought for the developers and looked at what the costs were to do that, to come up with some reasonable numbers.
This meeting is adjourned. Yeah.